Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Thank you very much for joining us on our second day for the colloquium, where we are continuing to celebrate the 15 years of the language policy of KwaZulu-Natal, as well as celebrating the decade of African languages as pronounced by UNESCO. Yesterday, we had a very good first day, and today we are continuing. Let me remind our colleagues and everybody who has tuned in that the aim of this colloquium is to bring together all language practitioners from higher education institutions and government departments to debate on the important subject of the language policy and also on the implementation plans in the different institutions and also in the government departments, because the government departments as well, they have their own language policies and they've got to implement the plans along the lines of the national language policy. The other aim is to foreground the use of African languages in transforming our universities. Universities of higher learning have a huge responsibility in terms of addressing transformation. And African languages are at a center of bringing that transformation to our universities. We have seen how the students have driven the whole issue of curriculum transformation. So we need to play our part as well as people working in these universities and in these institutions of higher learning. We're also looking at the implications as well for the new language policy framework for higher education institutions. This was gazetted in December 2020. Last year, USAF as well as Corpus began the discussions for the new language policy framework. We started this at Stellenbosch last year, and these are continuing. Early in the year, there was a colloquium which was held at Rhodes University, as we are now having this colloquium here at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We will be continuing with all these discussions throughout the year as we need to implement the new language policy framework. One of the other aims as well is to explore the different strategies for promoting the intellectualization of African languages in South African higher education. You have seen with the speakers that delivered the presentations yesterday, the whole language policy takes about 3 forms or up to 4, from status planning to acquisition planning to status planning to corpus planning and prestige planning. And that is where intellectualization come in during the prestige planning. So we need to come up with these strategies of how we're going to go about doing this. There are already some projects that are already promoting the intellectualization of African languages. How do we build on such projects moving forward? And lastly, to unpack the role of African indigenous languages in social justice. Yesterday, our keynote, Prof. Siepe, spoke about the issue of social justice. And also one of the presenters as well, who is a historian, Mtembu, also touched on the issue of law and justice and how we've got to acknowledge and recognize African languages and African indigenous knowledge systems. So we will be looking at unpacking then the role of African indigenous languages and social justice in South Africa, and promotion of African languages as factors for African integration and development within the African continent. I don't know if you know that Isizulu has, I don't know how to put this, but like the African Union has recognized Isizulu in that in 2018, they formulated an Isizulu Commission. So, which means at an African, within the African continent, the responsibility for promoting our African languages, Isizulu in particular in this context, is now an African agenda. At the same time, it is an international agenda, and for all the other languages, not only Isizulu. But I wanted to touch on the issue of the Isizulu Commission, that like we do have a commission that is tasked with the responsibility of promoting the intellectualization of Isizulu throughout the various domains. Could it be the banking sector? Could it be the health sector? All the sectors, we are tasked to work on promoting Isizulu. So the other languages will follow. Kiswahili is one of those languages that the EU has recognized. I think there have been many talks about that, and today we will also be receiving a presentation that will also touch on Kiswahili. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present our second keynote speaker for this morning. Allow me to present Professor Pedro Moscara. Pedro is from the Department of English Philology at the University of Salamanca, that is in Spain. Currently, he teaches language and linguistics in the English department at the University of Salamanca. While pursuing his graduate studies, he was awarded a Fulbright scholarship to support his research on language and social categorization in the context of United States. His specialization in the sociolinguistics and socio-cognitive fields led to different collaborations with leading international scholars and multiple research visits to South African universities, including UNISA, University of Pretoria, and University of Cape Town, among others. So he will be visiting Northwest University this year, UKZN, Rhodes University, and UCC as part of Baqonde, of which he will be talking about as well. In 2018, he was awarded a competitive national research grant for young scholars to extend his research on implicit language attitudes in South Africa. Currently, he is a UNISA Research Fellow, a member of the research project Language in a Post-Apartheid South Africa, South African City, and the general coordinator of the EU-funded project Baqonde. So this stands for the boosting of African, or of the use of African languages in higher education. So this last project seeks to promote the use of Indigenous languages, South African languages in higher education. And I'm one of the members of Baqonde coordinating the UKZN section. Prof. Moscara is coordinating the entire project, which also involve the other EU partners and other South African universities. So in his address this morning, he will touch as well on Baqonde. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to request Prof. Moscara to deliver his keynote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me start by trying to share my screen to begin with. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So I can't see you now. Oh, there we go. Now I can see everybody. So first of all, Sani Bonani. So ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everybody. I would like to start my presentation by expressing my absolute gratitude for letting me be part of this important event. Special thanks to Professor Nebuchadnezzar Langa for his kind introduction and for all the meetings that we have had lately. Also to Professor Nana Poku, to Professor Mkize, and Professor Sandile Songa, and as well as to all the organizers of today's colloquium for making such an important effort to put these topics at the epicenter of our agendas. It is a great honor to celebrate with you the 15 years of the language policy of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and also join the UNESCO-led International Decade for Indigenous Languages. So as a keynote address, I couldn't be more proud of sharing this platform with Professor Siepe, whose speech yesterday was so inspiring and reaffirming. Not only I do agree with his main message, but I could relate very much with many of the examples he used to illustrate the logic of promoting African languages in higher education and the struggles that we are facing and we will be facing. It is my intention today to contribute to this ongoing debate on how to foreground the use of African languages in South African higher education. I will do so by means of a specific approach, which is very much in line with the fulfillment of the current new language policy framework. This approach that brings together both national and international cooperative work in this area is currently being channeled and implemented by means of the Erasmus Plus capacity building project, Pakonde. So in this presentation, we will be addressing the key points of this project, which stands for, as Nabufle said, stands for boosting the use of African languages in education, a qualified, organized, nationwide development strategy for South Africa. To the same, I will depart from a brief contextualization in which I will try to explain why this debate between language practitioners in higher education and government departments is so important. This includes facing and assuming some of the fundamental aspects that the new language framework for public universities brings forward. With this in mind, I will explain what the project is about and how we plan to do so. And at this point, as UKZN is one of our partners in this project, I will briefly detail this institution's role in the current phase that we are in. In the second part of my intervention, we will analyze the potential implications and impact of this multi-institutional strategy in terms of cooperation and transformation in higher education. I will finish this presentation with some concluding remarks on the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead of us as generators of change in promoting the intellectualization of African languages in this context. So, moving on to the first section of my presentation, I think that these two well-known pictures clearly explain the dimension of the problem that we are addressing today. So English is not among the most spoken first languages in the country. Roughly, as you know, 10% of the population has English as the first language. And the number of South Africans who have English as their second language, as you can see here, is far from ideal. And we all know that it depends on various factors, such as different types of English, different degrees of literacy, language mixing, and many other reasons. If we take this into the educational arena, English has been present in the educational space for nearly 200 years in South Africa. While Afrikaans, it's been there for over 100 years. First was Dutch and then Afrikaans, right? So the history of institutional support for English and Afrikaans came at a cost for the Southern Bantu languages. And as an example, in 2020, over 80% of the South African universities had English as the main language of the medium of instruction, Afrikaans being mostly the other option in the remaining cases, right? So very important for our discussion today. Indigenous language speakers' attitudes towards education in their mother tongues are not homogeneous in South Africa. To some degree, these attitudes might be the reflection of the scars left by the apartheid, which makes me think of Professor Siepe's warning about do not underestimate the impact of colonialism in the psyche of the colonized, right? But this also could be the result of the current difficulties to find adequate resources to fulfill students' academic duties in their L1s. So as a result of this, we might find conflicted attitudes even among the most educated youth. On the one hand, there are vibrant speakers of these languages, and they regard them as a central part of their identity. But on the other hand, these speakers sent a clear message, not only on survey-based studies, but even the students that even during the student demonstrations a few years back, which often underline their preference for English as a language for higher education. Think about, you know, all the Afrikaans must fall movement versus African languages must rise, right? We have also registered this type of attitudes during focus groups interviews in the past, where these speakers tend to see English as the language of advancement and future, right? So in parallel to this, leading scholars and many other voices from multidisciplinary backgrounds have underlined the cognitive benefits of enabling all university and non-university students to reach their full potential by means of including their mother tongues as medium of instruction. In fact, research has already underlined that the negative impact that the current situation in South Africa has on students' performance and legitimate access to education. From a legal viewpoint, as you can see there in the far right, the vision of South Africa's national education authorities is to address this issue by encouraging the development and use of African languages in this context, and so does the new language framework. But this goal has been set back by concerns of staffing, training, infrastructure, and among many other reasons. Thus, despite the overall multilingualism at a social level, monolingual, almost English-only educational practices is what we find most often across the country. With very few exceptions, but this reality is still shaping students' performances and most likely exacerbating social inequalities. And this is why Bakwande became a necessity. So Bakwande addresses one of the national priorities identified by South African authorities, which is the fact that the majority of learners as indigenous language speakers do not receive education in their mother tongue. As you can see here in this slide, despite the previous legislation in this area, there has been very little resourcing, no collaborative efforts, and on top of it, there was pressure on South African higher education institutions to play a leading role in this process. In addition to this, the new framework places a strong emphasis on this idea of interinstitutional cooperation. And in this regard, Bakwande represents or fits perfectly in the current state of affairs. So with this in mind, Bakwande represents a collaborative effort between European and South African higher education institutions to build capacity at the latter in order to promote the use of indigenous African languages as medium of instruction. In other words, we depart from this national priority and many disconnected attempts to address this situation, and we seek to, first of all, establish a collaborative network of African language developing units, what we call our ALDUs, where we can train lecturers on innovative / multilingual methodologies, where we can develop materials both for teachers and students to be able to teach and learn multilingually. And in this way, we can effectively counteract the lack of top-down strategies to guarantee a more inclusive and legitimate access to higher education. So in line with this slide, how are we going to accomplish this mission? So, we'll do so by working on the three dimensions that I just mentioned or just anticipated, by implementing innovative multilingual teaching methodologies, by developing new materials both for train lecturers and teach multilingually, and by fostering top-down strategies to guarantee fundamental right. As you can imagine, the network of ALDUs is the cornerstone of the entire project. So let me explain this in a little bit of more detail. An ALDU unit has been established in each South African partners, namely Northwest University, UWC, Rhodes University, and UKZN. So relevant for our South African partners, we are 100% aware of the fact that some of these institutions have other functional bodies that take care of indigenous languages in multiple ways. So Bakwanda does not interfere with those, but as an ALDU, as a language unit, can be integrated where the local university think they fit in some cases, or it can become the actual first language center in some other cases. And we actually have both scenarios in our project. The truth is that we need an ALDU person at each institution because we will be acting as a coordinated network by means of an inter-institutional board. And this is central in terms of coordinating or organizing the training courses that we are envisioning, the production or the design of the production of materials that we are anticipating now, and the dissemination strategies, etc., etc. So here, the idea is to consolidate these 4 pioneer members during the project as the core of an expansive network, in which will lead to a growing pool of quality materials and resources and the continuation of training and dissemination strategies at a national level. So from these 4 pioneer members to the whole nation, right? In other words, we seek to effectively trigger top-down strategy with long-term effects. In this mission, all consortium members are involved in all stages of the project. However, different partners lead different phases. So in our first year, Northwest University and the University of Salamanca were monitoring and coordinating the installment of equipment and the creation of the interinstitutional network of ALDUs. This was our first milestone, which means that our partners have now been able to overcome the boundaries of their own institutions, and they're pretty much ready to start operating interinstitutionally. While we are finalizing this first phase, UKZN is leading the development phase of the project together with other consortium members, of course. More specifically, we rely on UKZN's experience and commitment in structuring Isizulu in its local context, which is what we are celebrating today, to take an active role in Work Package 2 that have to do with training, and Work Package 3 that have to do with the development of materials. Regarding training, our goal here is to train 100 trainers in total, so at least 25 at each university, at each South African partner institution. And as you can see here, the first stage is to design a training program, something that Professor Langa and her team, assisted by Northwest University, are currently busy with, and which will be followed by train-the-trainer sessions and with a number of mobilities as part of our interinstitutional cooperation. In terms of the production of materials, the goal here is to establish and consolidate a production strategy of online materials, or virtual materials, which are more affordable and easy to disseminate. That will lead to the creation of a growing pool of resources to assist both teachers and learners in the process of embracing multilingualism in higher education. These resources will be centralized in our Polokelo, which is the name of the repository located in our website. Although this space is not open to the public yet, as we still need to populate it. I would like to underline this example of sharing and joining forces to overcome the difficulties that have traditionally hindered the advancement of these languages. In other words, changing what we don't like today implies doing what we have not been doing. So that's why we have to be creative. That's why we have to do things in a different way. So moving to the second part of my presentation, the question here is, what impact can we have? And I think it's also time to address the elephant in the room. Can we achieve real transformation, trusting and working with these Europeans again, when they're the problem in the first place? So as I said, in the last COPAL meeting, generalizations tend to be problematic, and this is also true when it comes to the monolingual conceptualization of some European nations. In fact, the 3 EU institutions involved in this project come from countries where multilingualism is, to different extents, part of the reality as a result of the coexistence between a powerful national or even international language and a minority or minority languages. Some of us, and I always like to start with the case of Ireland or the Irish language, some of us have learned a few hard lessons in battling or dealing with Goliath at home, right? So we are very aware of the importance of preserving languages in all social domains. In the case of the Netherlands, as you can see there, the official, as you know, the official language is Dutch, but West Frisian is a co-official language in the province of Friesland, and there are various dialects across the country as well. So again, the picture is much more complex than we might think at first. Focusing on the case of Spain, we have 4 official languages, namely Galician, Catalan, Basque, and Spanish, among other varieties with different degrees of recognition. As a native speaker of one of these minority languages, I would like to stop here a bit longer. See, when I hear the words of leading South African scholars, and I always like to mention Professor Sandile Songa, because I listened to him multiple times, asking people to get rid of their inferiority complex, or simply defending the logic of obtaining excellence in your own language before doing so in a different one. These words sounded very familiar. See, our democracy in Spain is also a bit young, or quite young. My parents were raised during the dictatorship, where my first language, Galician, was forbidden. Only Spanish was allowed at that time. So during those years, my parents described many episodes where they were trying to get rid of their L1, even by inventing words in Spanish, because none of them had access to Spanish-speaking people, especially around that time. So when I was growing up, it wasn't an exception, or it wasn't too strange to hear someone telling you speak correctly, meaning switching to Spanish. Or I also witnessed many instances where elders will switch to Spanish to address doctors or lawyers just because they thought that the first language wasn't good enough. It is still common today to find people who do not see the point of preserving my language, Galician, in favor of an only language that unifies us, or a more powerful language for the future. Does it sound familiar? I'm sure it does to many of you. However, and this is what's important, in the last few decades, we have been able to structure our educational system and all public services in our region in both languages, Spanish and Galician. And the same is true for Spanish and Catalan in the region of Catalonia, and the same is true for Basque and Spanish in their area. To various degrees, of course, because these different regions have different socio-linguistic scenarios and different demographic situations and so on. But this is happening, this is part of our reality. In other words, we understand some of the inherent problems that multilingualism entails, and we also have experience in managing them. This means that we can most likely find points in common. It means that our experience in structuring and preserving our minority languages in different domains can be somehow valuable or perhaps adaptable to the South African context. However, there are obvious differences as well, which we do acknowledge, and we address them specifically as a consortium. So the question is then, can Bakwande and its legacy contribute to fill this gap in higher education? Our answer to this question is yes. It is possible by means of cooperation for transformation. If we want to break the well-established patterns that continue to require our students to drop an important part of their identity in the moment that they step into the higher educational context, which is tightly connected to the notion of coloniality of the being, right? So if we want to break these patterns and we want to enable them to reach their full potential, Bakwande's strategy implies national and international cooperation to transformation, or to transform this reality by means of building capacity on the South African side. In this regard, the transformative legacy of Bakwande is intrinsically connected with the following guiding principles that guarantee the creation of new infrastructures that are fundamental to achieve this real transformation. So first of all, we talk about sharing our experience. Sharing our experience at multiple levels in competing with the strong national languages can accelerate the changes that we would like to see. But making sure that our South African colleagues themselves made the final decisions and arrangements as they know much better or way better what's happening on the ground level than anyone sitting in Europe. That is, we collaborate to develop this nationwide strategy which promotes multilingualism and transformation in the way our South African partners envision that transformation. This means that from the very beginning of the project, there is a great degree of autonomy in terms of addressing the needs that our partners think they have to be addressed in each institution and nationwide. In other words, Bakwande seeks to offer sustainable solution which does not depend on volatile political promises, for instance, but it's neither imposed by the European side either. So let me tell you that we certainly we do not have a different agenda that's seeing indigenous languages thriving in higher education. A good example of this is the construction of a pool of resources, including the development of the network of Aldus that we talked about, and our Polokelo, the name of our repository. These resources seek to guarantee a sustainable interinstitutional management and to maximize the impact of our project among end users, that is teachers, other students, other higher educational institutions, etc. In a recent conversation with Professor Flonga, we discussed that easily at least 7 universities where Isizulu might play a role could benefit from this strategy in terms of optimizing their resources by avoiding duplications and costs associated with developing certain materials that another university already has in this language. And that is only an example of how these things can be optimized. In this regard, I would like to say that we also acknowledge other initiatives on various levels which have been led by South African scholars or organizations, and we seek to create synergies with them. In other words, we are aware that we are not reinventing the wheel, and we see value in what has been done in the past. Just think about the development of terminology, for instance, that we mentioned yesterday as well in this consortium. This is a massive work that has been done in multiple languages, and it's very important. So of course, we see value in this, and we see ways of combining our approach with what has been done so far. In this regard, the involvement of these South African scholars and higher education institutions and other scholars and other higher education institutions that will join us in Bakwande will ensure complete ownership of the outcomes of Bakwande after the lifetime of the project. With these, we really hope to speed up the intellectualization process of these languages in a crucial moment where English is much more accessible through the media and virtual platforms, and language shifts might be more prominent in the next generation. In fact, we shouldn't forget that this intellectualization process also opens the door to mitigate central aspects related to the coloniality of the knowledge, especially that notion of universality versus pluriversality, right? This is important because each language and culture has its own knowledge, and this knowledge is normally neglected or displaced to the margins of secondary spaces when entering higher educational levels. Just think about the language that we use in the classroom and the languages that are used in the student breaks. You can easily see that. This constraint creates a hierarchy which is experienced by many of us in multiple contexts, and this is what the reality shows. In our strategy to reach this goal, inclusivity is a defining feature of Akwande to achieve this real transformation. For instance, not only are we guaranteeing a more legitimate access to higher education in which lecturers will be assessing actual knowledge rather than the students' ability to express themselves in a different language, which wouldn't be fair. But also in the sense that we seek to develop materials and training in all the indigenous languages by means of train-the-trainer strategy. A few of the South African indigenous languages are represented in our consortium, but the languages that are not present just naturally because of the members of the consortium, they're still taken into account in our strategy. As Mr. Ngadi said yesterday, this is not about Isizulu, Sesotho, isiXhosa. This is about South Africa. And in fact, it makes me happy to see that leading scholars from other South African universities are present here today. And they might see an opportunity in joining forces in this interinstitutional approach. Finally, funds are also provided by the European Commission to a very high extent, which is always good news for the taxpayers in South Africa, right? So to summarize this section, we seek to be the change that we want to see by building capacity in the short term and hopefully in the long term. I can assure you that this international consortium works hand in hand with the 4 South African partners to achieve this goal, which is certainly in line with the new framework and the priorities of this country in this arena. So you're still there, because I've been talking for a while. You're still there. It's now time to move to the last section of my presentation.
Still here.
Okay. So one of my main goals as a keynote address in this colloquium was to explain the importance of joining forces and moving from words to facts. Over the last decade, I have worked very closely with various South African scholars in multiple universities across the country, and I am very much aware of many of the constraints that we have these days. But I also know that the will to transform the current state of affairs is firm and present among many of us. However, in the same way that Catalan and Galician are coexisting with the Spanish in our regional universities, we shouldn't make the mistake of turning our backs to English or Afrikaans. Not only are there speakers South Africans and do these languages have personal and professional value for our students, but their experience and knowledge in both structuring and evolving in the educational arena in the South African context are essential for optimizing our efforts from now on. Having said that, assuming our responsibilities as stated in the new framework represents a momentous occasion for all of us to think about what we're doing, to reconsider our way of collaborating, to reflect on the potential activation of various initiatives among us. How many generations of indigenous language speakers have to be deprived from these opportunities until we start changing this at a national level? How much longer do we need to delay decisions at an institutional level? How are we assisting our colleagues in other institutions in this process of transformation, in this process of going from words to facts? I'm encouraging each of you today to set in motion what I call an unprecedented coordinated move towards unlocking our language resources and sharing materials and services by means of interinstitutional collaboration. As it was said yesterday in the opening, during CIAP's intervention, we are in a war that speaks to our identity, our culture, the whole idea of self-respect. And in difficult times, we need to make exceptional decisions. Think about this: the publishing industry and the current state of affairs are not helping us much. Therefore, our personal and institutional decisions can certainly make a difference here. In this process, if you understand that Bakwande can be of certain help at your institution, I want you to know that there will be a protocol for joining our network. Not the project itself, which is extra work and deadlines and stress, right? In the booklet, probably she can confirm this. But what we define, you can join what we define as our community of practice. As we are expecting to grow somehow organically, other higher education institutions can contact us in the near future, and they will be informed about the possibilities and expectations to start sharing resources and exploring perhaps training options between institutions and so on and so forth. At this very moment, the Polokelo, our catalog that will be progressively populated, is happening really soon. The structure is there. We're working on the strategy to populate it now. Training in this project will start this year, and trainer sessions will follow, and hopefully will happen in the next month and years if the pandemic does not interfere in this type of activities. However, I must say that it's not all romantic, okay? As we all know, the challenges and obstacles are many, and one must think if the institution that you are representing today, although I know that many of you come from UKZN, but we must think if the institution that we are representing is part of the problem or part of the solution. Despite the commitments of all consortium members, we are all ears when it comes to join forces with other role players in each university and nationwide. The EU is funding the ALDUS in the 4 universities, 4 South African institutions, the mobilities, the website, and other associated costs. But one must wonder how each institution is contributing to assist in this process of transformation, especially in terms of the staffing or alleviating the workload of those who are leading this process at your university. In the upcoming phase of the project, as I explained before, we will be sharing resources at an interinstitutional level to accelerate the change that we want to see. The idea here, as I said, is to avoid spending time and money in the development of certain documents, glossaries, materials, exercises, etc., that are already sitting in someone's computer elsewhere in the country. Thus, ask yourself, am I or my institution acting as a gatekeeper of knowledge or acting as a platform to disseminate this knowledge? Are we part of the problem or are we part of the solution? Sometimes we want our languages to thrive, but we are very quick at putting a copyright in everything that we do. So we might or might not be able, or this might not be a problem when it comes to sharing the little resources that we have. It is obvious to everyone that changes must happen in the short term in order to see the effects in the long term. But again, ask yourself, are the decision-making mechanisms at your home university quick enough to face the duties that we have in this area? The reason saying that is because we have accumulated painful experience in this regard. For example, asking for a single report as part of a regular need of analysis in one of our partner institutions ended up in an important delay in a work package because X committee or expert only deals with this matter every X months or weeks, or because there are many other previous steps before these decisions can be effective. So today we have an opportunity to reconsider the decision-making mechanisms in this process in order to lead this change. In line with this idea, despite of the commitment of all consortium members, we are also all ears when it comes to reducing unnecessary paperwork to comply, in essence, with the legal requirement. So very often we feel that it's red tape to comply with the red tape. And let's get this right. If the protagonists of this change are going to be staff members, teachers, students, and some other role players who will be making an effort to fit all these changes into their busy agendas and limited time, can we please make it easier for them? This is not even about doing more on the institutional side. It's about asking less to allow others to become transformative by avoiding consuming paperwork with questionable value and function sometimes. Finally, I would like to highlight the great level of responsibility and commitment that this transformation is there. Ladies and gentlemen, we have homework, and the time to act is now. We can't afford to be the bad student. We must be role models here. We can either be part of the problem, so inaction, complaining, etc., or part of the solution, transformation, joining forces, etc. I think UKZN's policies that we are celebrating today and their leadership shows that this change is possible. More importantly, we cannot promise something and then do not deliver. We cannot tell the next generation of speakers that we have the opportunity for them to be educated in their L1 and then we do not deliver. The effect of today's decisions can and should cascade down to early educational levels. And this is the responsibility that we have been assigned. We must have a leading role in doing something that basically strengthens the pillars of both education and democracy. So dear colleagues, it's time for action. And in Bakwande, we believe that interinstitutional cooperation is the way to go. It is the way to achieve real transformation. And for that reason, we offered you a helping hand to speed up this process in the future. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. It is both a pleasure and an honor to be part of this colloquium with a humble contribution from a non-African language speaker in my own name and on behalf of the consortium members. So thank you very much for your time.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Prof. Moscara, for your presentation. I don't know where to begin to thank you, and also to share with everybody who has attended the important aspect of your presentation, which covers also Bakwande, a project that is involving the different tertiary institutions in the country and also in the European countries as well. So we thank you. We thank you very much. Like, you know, as you were talking, Pedro, you reminded me of Professor Skutnap Kangas. In one of the visits, he visited us here at UKZN, and also she also visited like the other universities in the country together with her husband. And one thing she mentioned when we were discussing our language policy and the importance of multilingualism was that monolingualism is a disease. With the 80% that you have mentioned, that in South African higher education, 80% of the institutions have been using English as the medium of instruction for more than 200 years, is a social justice issue. So which means for all these years, we have been denying South Africans the majority. She continued, for example, the African language speakers are a majority in South Africa, but the African languages have been minoritized. So that is our history. That is where we come from. That is what apartheid did to our basic and higher education. And it continues to do it. And higher education institutions are finding it hard to change this rhetoric. Now we've got to change it. We are not saying get rid of Afrikaans, get rid of English as the medium of instruction. That is not what we are saying. But what we are saying is, let's have a complementarity role. Let's bring African languages as well to the fore so that they be the added languages of teaching and learning. No learner, no student in the university will want to only learn in the African language because they have been denied that opportunity, even though in basic education, in many schools, especially government schools, Prof, teachers could switch. In my entire basic education, my teachers usually switch to Isizulu for us to understand what they were teaching us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have learned anything. But the assessments were only done in English, which led to the many failures and everything else that, like we have seen, dropouts in basic education. That continues. So there have been kind of like other people like saying, we have never used African languages as medium of instruction in basic education. We have, but we haven't recognized that formally because the language policies of those schools have been saying the language policy of this particular school or school A or school B is English. And the governing bodies will say English. But if you go to the classroom and monitor the actual classroom practice, it has been a different thing altogether. So I am a witness. I've been through that kind of education. And in such a way that, like when I came to the university, my first lecture, I couldn't understand the lecture who was actually in front of me. I couldn't, because like I was so used to my teacher who will switch from one language to the other language for my own understanding. So I had to learn. So we are saying, bring the African languages to the classroom, not to the tutorial classroom. Bring the African languages to the lecture rooms. So that is what we are about. As Bakonde, we are saying, let's continue, let's advance the use of African languages in the classroom, in the teaching space, in the research space, in the scholarship, so that we change the narrative, we change the agenda. We want to bring our students to participate. We want them to participate in the agenda, in the South African agenda, in everything that is happening, in politics, in government, in economy. We want them to participate, but they are struggling to participate. Why? Because we have used the language as the weapon. We have closed, we have shut their mouths. That because like you can't communicate or you're struggling to communicate in this language, so you're not going to participate. So as part and parcel of emancipation, so that is what we're talking about now. Let's open the mouths of so many people who want to talk, who want to contribute to education. The thesis in the universities, in the university libraries, are only for the consumptions of only students. Is that what universities are about? Other people also need to access that research, those research, like everything that has been done, but also in the languages of the community. So how are we going to bring the community and they be part and parcel of what we do and they embrace education when we close them? When we minoritize them.
No, you're absolutely right, Professor Longa. Sorry, I cannot probably speak for too long because there's construction happening here. You could hear at the beginning. So just in time, I was done with my speech. But in line with what you're saying, attempts to break these patterns that we have tend to be negatively perceived by the groups in power because it threatens the status quo, and that's why it's so difficult to change. A typical example to reject embracing this multilingualism approach is that managing multilingualism is expensive, as if equality will have a price or it shouldn't be a priority. What we're defending here is common sense. If these are the languages spoken by the majority, a collection of big minorities is a majority, is 80% of the population. So of course, the common sense says that we need to offer a channel where they can go from the very beginning of their early educational stage to the very latest educational stage in any of these channels. And we are not saying that we have to offer the 9 official languages, indigenous languages in all universities at once. No, we are saying that if you're born Isizulu, you should at least have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 universities would offer that platform for you. You can do that in parallel in English or African or English or Isizulu or Afrikaans and Sesotho, whatever the case is in the area. We look at the numbers and we offer a logic, a logic combination in the area, and that's where common sense plays a role. In our universities, the regional universities, you have the opportunity to educate yourself always in Spanish. That opportunity is there no matter what, no matter where you're born in the country. But then at least there are 1, 2, 3 institutions that offer that other channel in a different language. And sometimes they're a combination of the languages, and that's fine because this is also what happens in society. People are combining languages. So that's what I want to say. The noise is coming back, so it's a good time to get back to you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I was just waiting for the queue for the questions, and I didn't see anything, so that is why I went ahead. Colleagues, if you have any questions from the panelists, if there are any questions, please, this is the opportunity to ask. And from the Q&A, if you have a question, please type your question there. We can maybe give you 2 or 3 minutes. We are about to go for the break, but should you have questions, please send your questions and then we will address those. So as Prof has alluded to, we with Bakonde as a project, we intend that this consortium that we are forming, it's actually going to grow, and we will try by all means as well to recognize the existing corpus, which is already a partnership of all the different higher education institutions. Maybe we can easily work with the under the umbrella maybe of corpus, Prof, moving forward. But it's something that we will look into. It's a structure. It's a governance structure that report to USAF, where all the tertiary institutions are there, and it's people who are involved in the research and the teaching of African languages as well in higher education. I think that is one of the things that were raised by Dr. Mona yesterday. So we will continue, Dr. Mona, to work and bring also other stakeholders that have not been part and parcel of all these discussions and these developments. And more importantly, one of the key milestones for the work package 1, excuse me, was the development of the African languages development units. And the most important thing is that at UKZN, we already had that structure. We have a university language planning and development office, which plays the similar role as the ALDU that was proposed for Bakonde. But other institutions, for example, Rhodes, they had to go and come up with the ALDU. And what is important is that the university came forth and supported the initiative. They now have that office. So we will see more work that will be coming in supporting the multilingualism, in supporting the language policy there in Rhodes University under the leadership of Professor Nkomo. So in Northwest, they had a different structure, but we really appreciate the work and the collaboration that Bakonde is bringing, and also the training opportunities, the mobilities. Some of our lecturers who are already teaching in using multilingual pedagogies, and also maybe who have developed some terminologies, they will be getting an opportunity to be trained in the EU countries. So we look forward to more engagements, and we will be learning, and we will be contributing, yes. In terms of the sharing, we will be contributing to the Pologelo, which is the repository that we have developed, which will allow the different tertiary institutions to share resources, any form of resource, especially open source resources. We will be sharing all those resources within that space. Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you very much, Prof, for your keynote. And it was good to hear that there was preservation activities which led to the preservation of Galician, which is your language, and we appreciate the activities that your country is doing towards promoting multilingualism. We thank you very much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're gonna go for a short break now. When we come back, Dr. Mazibuko will take us to the next session. Thank you very much.
KwaZulu-Natal is the subtropical pearl of South Africa, with boundless landscapes stretching from Southern Africa's highest peaks to the golden sands of the Indian Ocean. Lying within this beautiful scenery is a university that strives to inspire greatness. The University of KwaZulu-Natal is a multi-campus residential, teaching and research-led university with a proud and rich heritage of academic excellence. Its 5 centers of learning are situated in the cities of Durban and Pietermaritzburg, in the heart of this beautiful province. UKZN is the largest contact university in sub-Saharan Africa, with over 4,200 employees and 49,000 students across all disciplines, including some 3,000 international students from 82 countries. Our staff are drawn from all over the world and reflect different demographics and cultures. Of our academics, more than 50% hold a PhD as a minimum qualification. UKZN is ranked as one of the top 3 research-led universities in South Africa and amongst the top 3% of universities worldwide. As a university, we have streamlined our academic sector to be more effective and responsive to the needs of our students by adopting the college model and have 4 colleges spread over our 5 campuses. These include the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science, the College of Health Sciences, the College of Humanities, and the College of Law and Management Studies. Each college is led by a Deputy Vice-Chancellor and Head of College. UKZN's Transformation Charter is key in steering our identity and culture, providing a set of transformation goals vital for achieving our vision as the premier university of African scholarship. At UKZN, transformation and excellence are closely paired, with both goals being integral to the other. Our mission is to take the lead in cutting-edge African-focused research and community outreach, and to provide quality tertiary education that is available to all. In striving to offer a learning environment that is accessible to all South Africans, at UKZN, we facilitate several avenues of financial support for our student population, totaling some 1 billion rand. Generous scholarships are available for top academic and sports achievers, whilst the university works closely with the National NSFAS Bursary and Loan Scheme, as well as private and corporate donors to assist our students in need. All these factors make UKZN a uniquely South African university that is academically excellent, innovative in research, critically engaged with society, and demographically representative. As a proudly research-led university, UKZN provides a dynamic environment for all facets of research and innovation, and consistently punches above its weight in the production of weighted research outputs. The College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science is at the forefront of such innovation, with its work in developing drought and disease-resistant staple crops that enable food security in Africa. From the College of Health Sciences, a gel that reduces the incidence of HIV and a skin patch that administers insulin without needles are both world firsts. The College of Law and Management Studies produces specialized and accredited professionals in the field of law, accounting, marketing, financial management, human resources, public administration, and IT. And the College of Humanities actively contributes to the intellectual development of the region through thought-provoking annual festivals such as Time of the Writer, the Durban International Film Festival, Jomba Contemporary Dance Experience, and Poetry Africa. Moving forward, UKZN has identified 4 strategically oriented cross-discipline research flagship focus areas, namely African health that aims to save lives, big data and informatics that offers relevant computer solutions for Africa, social cohesion that addresses inequality and promotes nation building, and African cities of the future, which moves towards creating livable cities. These flagship research areas are intimately aligned with UKZN's new 5-year strategic plan. Launched in 2017, the plan outlines the institutional culture, goals and enablers that will help UKZN realize its full potential as South Africa's university of choice for the country's most talented students and scholars. By focusing on excellence in teaching and learning, high-impact societal and stakeholder community engagement, targeted internationalization, and excellent and high-impact research, innovation and entrepreneurship, UKZN aims to contribute meaningfully to the future of South Africa and add real value to all its stakeholders.
Language is at the heart of our human existence. It records our achievements and spurs our innovation and our development. Language facilitates the organization and the transmission of knowledge. Education as a complex whole, including intellectual development, is steered through the vehicle of language. Inqubomgomo nohlelo lolimi lweNyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal yaqala ukusebenza ngonyaka wezi-2006 yaphinde yabuyekezwa ngonyaka wezi-2018. Iqhakambisa ukubaluleka kweqhaza lolimi kwezokufunda nokufundisa. I-UKZN isithathe isinyathelo sokuthuthukisa isiZulu ukuze sibe ulimi lokuphatha lwesayensi nezobuchwepheshe. One of the stated aims of the UKZN language policy is to achieve for Isizulu the institutional and academic status of English, and to provide facilities to enable the use of Isizulu as a language of teaching, learning and instruction. Almost 70% of students at UKZN speak Isizulu as their home language. UKZN states in its charter that it recognizes the importance and value of African languages and that they will be promoted as academic languages. Thus, the University Language Planning and Development Office is charged with the implementation of the Language Policy and Plan, which seeks to cultivate Isizulu to be used in administration, teaching and learning and research. Ihhovisi i-ULPDO seyisungule uhlelo lokuthuthukisa isiZulu ukuze kwenziwe ngcono amathuba okufinyelela kolwazi kubafundi bonke nokuphumelela kwabo kwezemfundo ephakeme. Ukuthuthukiswa kolimi lapha kuchaza ukuguqulwa kwalo ukuba lube namandla neqhaza lokuthwala nokudlulisa zonke izinhlobo zolwazi emikhakheni ehlukene yempilo. To this end, ULPDO has developed terminology in a variety of disciplines in both English and Isizulu to facilitate teaching and learning in both languages. To facilitate easy access to the multidisciplinary terminology, ULPDO has developed human language technologies as enablers in the teaching and learning processes. The specialized disciplinary terminology can be accessed via an Isizulu term bank and a mobile-compatible application called the Zulu Lexicon. The Isizulu term bank is a resource that was developed in order to provide access to Isizulu terminology, which has been developed for a variety of disciplines, such as anatomy, architecture, accounting, biodiversity, economics, law, nursing, physics, etc. The resource is a work in progress, with other disciplines set to be added. The Zulu Lexicon App, which is short for Isizulu Lexicon, is a mobile-compatible application of the Isizulu Term Bank. Using technology to its advantage, the ULPDO has developed this app to afford students and other users anytime access to all the authenticated multidisciplinary terminology, with search functions in both English and Isizulu. It's available for free, and its aim is to enhance end-user access to various multidisciplinary terminology from anywhere at any time. Another achievement for the ULPDO is the development of the Isizulu National Corpus. A corpus is a collection of texts in either written or spoken form that is stored in a reusable format by means of computers. These texts are then used to create human language technologies as a spelling checker. To date, the Isizulu National Corpus is the biggest African language corpus in the world, with just over 30 million running words that are reflective of the language. With this resource, anyone around the world will have access to study Isizulu in all its complexities. In conjunction with this, the ULPDO has also launched the Isizulu Spellchecker. Using the Isizulu National Corpus as a basis, this tool will complement the university's effort in teaching Isizulu modules and assist book and newspaper editors with text written in Isizulu. The Spellchecker boasts around a 90% recognition rate and is a free downloadable resource available on the ULPDO website. As well as making significant technological achievements, the ULPDO has also launched a series of bilingual publications, the first of which being the illustrated Glossary of Architecture. This publication provides a detailed Isizulu and English glossary encompassing all the terminology associated with the discipline of architecture, and is the first in a series of specialized bilingual publications being developed by the ULPDO. Okubalulekile kakhulu ukuthi amakilasi namanye amagumbi okufundela ase-UKZN asetshenziselwa ukuthi kuqhutshwe umsebenzi wokukhiqizwa kolwazi nokugqugquzela ubunyoninco kanye nokusetshenziswa kobulimi imbili. Being able to communicate and study in
Prof. Shlangwa, you want to start?
May I now hand over to Dr. Mazibuko, who is going to share the next session. Thank you very much, Shakila.
Thank you, Prof. Shlongwa. Good morning, colleagues. I'd like to acknowledge our keynote speaker, Prof. Alvarez Moscara, for a powerful keynote address when the institution is celebrating a decade and a half of language policy of the university, and also at the commencement of the decade of African languages. Thank you very much. Before we begin with our session, I would like to highlight that there is a very short change in our program. We were supposed to start with Dr. Babsi Kaba. Apparently she's having issues, connectivity, technological challenges. And now we will begin with Miss Libwani Mafela from the University of Venda. And the title of the presentation is Exploring Ways in which Language Policy can Contribute to Student Success in the University of Venda. It's up to you, Ms. Mafela. To begin the presentation. Ms. Mafela.
Thank you, Dr. Mazibuko. Good morning, everyone. I'm just trying to open my video here so we can put the name and the face together, but I think I'm struggling. Okay. I'm just going to share my screen now. Okay, on the far right of the first slide of my presentation, it's titled Exploring Ways in Which Language Can Contribute to Student Success at the University of Venda. I am co-authoring with two of my colleagues, and their names are written below. That is Mstandani Buteri and Advocate Dr. Pedro Eva Machidze. We are all from the University of Venda. I'm going to be very brief, so we can have a question and answer session. The introduction and background of my study is, as it's written there, many universities in South Africa have really given a positive response to the language policy for higher education. And because these language policies are in existence, the language policy really needs to provide the need for these universities to promote and encourage teaching and learning of and through indigenous languages. And the second bullet there reads, many scholars believe that the success of students beyond primary and secondary studies going into their careers is through the use of language that our students need to be able to articulate and familiarize themselves with. These policies are in existing, they are really there. Policies that exist particularly in education, language curricula, language practices, they showcase the inconsistency that is there in the government with specific reference to the use of African languages in tertiary education. It is really important to know and understand that the lack of this indigenous African languages can be dated back and be clarified, by referring them to historical, economic, and social factors. It is a serious reason. The most serious reason is the determination of student success in academia through multilingualism and language practice. The inclusion of African languages and culture in an educational space is really an important aspect, in the sense that it motivates students' academic achievement. It also motivates for students' school attendance, because teaching their students in their own language, in their own mother tongue, really supports educational equity and excellence. Also, we don't need to shy away from the fact that it also empowers students and affords them the necessary skills to successfully negotiate and make an impact on their own lives and the lives of significant others. In Ethiopia and Tanzania, there has been an adoption of African indigenous languages that is used to assist students that have been disadvantaged by the use of colonial languages as a medium of instruction. In South Africa, again, and in Tanzania, the value of using African indigenous languages has been well documented. And these documents really address the manner in which the colonizers, have been destructive in the use of languages in learning, in teaching and learning. There has been so much documents that are addressing the destructiveness of colonial languages on learning and participation as compared to African indigenous languages as a medium of instruction. The following slide there reads the problem statement. Sorry, South Africa has 11 official languages, but these 11 official African languages have been given little attention to be used as a medium of instruction in institutions of higher learning. All these policymakers that have been mentioned before, they have not given much needed attention to the significance of language policies for learning and teaching due to political reasons. And the justification for them not to give the much needed attention of these policymakers, not to give much needed attention to the use of African languages is colonial languages in education has been seen as cost effective because the resources related to it are readily available. However, the educational system is still overwhelmed. It is dominated by the use of English language as a medium of instruction. And this has been criticized by a lot of scholars, and it is seen as a contributing factor in the decline of students being successful in their academic works and in their lives in general. And the objectives of the study are as follows: to explore students' willingness to learning through their indigenous languages, to determine the challenges and prospects of learning through indigenous languages in an institution of higher learning, and to determine the readiness of the university in terms of adopting and implementing the language policy. I'm going to be brief also on the research methodology because the study is ongoing. The study is actually adopting a qualitative approach. The study is qualitative in nature. Data has been collected using focus group discussions with students from the University of Venda. Reason being, since the study is ongoing, we're still going to collect more data using interviews. We're going to conduct interviews with the staff, particularly lecturers of the University of Venda. Here, I was a bit motivated and encouraged yesterday when I had other presenters delivering their presentations using Isizulu. So we also decided to share the little data that we have in our own language, because I understand it's going to be a bit difficult for everyone in this platform to really understand what I'm saying. I'm just going to read out what we have, what we've collected so far in our focus group with our students. I'll then be able to interpret later. And this has been done in line with addressing the objectives of the study. It reads students' willingness to learning through indigenous languages. It says, it reads A, zvingava khwinesa arali ranga fhiwa hecho chikhala cha u guda thero dzo fhambananaho nga luambo lwa ḓamuni. In interpretation, that means yes, it would be better if we're given that opportunity to be taught all our different modules using our mother tongue. The second bullet reads A, hezwo ndi zwone tshikhuwa tshi a ri balela rine vhane ro aluwa mahayani ra dzhena zwikolo zwa mahayani hune thero dzoṱhe na mbalo dzadzo ra funziwa nga Tshivenḓa. This is also in line with the first bullet. This one is saying, yes, it is better to be taught all our modules or little of our modules using our African indigenous languages, because English is difficult for others. We're unable to articulate and express ourselves using English because we come from disadvantaged rural backgrounds. We went to rural public schools where even mathematics was taught in Tshivenḓa, in our own mother tongue. That bullet reads, ufunziwa nga luambo lwa ḓamuni na usa funziwa ngalo a zwi ambi tshithu ngauri zwi bva kha riṋe vhaṋe uri ri khou ṱoḓa u ḓi itela mvelelo kana haina. U bvelela na u sa bvelela zwi thoma kha kuhumbulele kune muthu a vha nako nga ha vhutshilo na tshikolo. The third bullet there in interpretation means whether or not we are using our African indigenous languages for teaching and learning, or for being taught in our African indigenous languages. It is just a perspective that we need to have. The way in which we think about ourselves and the way in which we need to own our education will determine our success. The fourth bullet reads, ufunzwa nga luambo lwa hayani ndi zwavhuḓi, ndi nga zwi takalela ngauri tshikhuwa tshi a konḓa hone vhadededzi vha amba nga u ṱavhanya. The third one in interpretation reads, yes, I would be delighted to be taught in my own language because English is difficult. And these lecturers, when they speak in English, they are very fast and we are unable to understand and pick up on the important points. The second objective there is a determination of challenges and prospects of learning through indigenous languages. Khaedu ine yangavha hone ndi masheleni kha sia la u thola. Musi University ya Venḓa I tshi khou ri khezwi I khou ṱoḓa u thoma uri hu funziwe nga dzinyambo dzo fhambananaho, I ḓo kona u thola vhathu vho teaho na uri vha ri funze nga u fulufhedzea. This one in translation is saying, I think the challenge that is there is employment, is an employment challenge as well as a financial challenge. If the university is saying they need to employ the language policy and they need to adopt, the language policy and employ, would they be able to employ people who are going to teach us our modules the best way they know how, and honestly so. The second bullet there reads, nṋe ndi khou vhona ungari iṅwe khaedu ine yangavha hone, ine yangavha thaidzo khulu, ndi dzinndwa vhukati ha dzitshaka dzo fhambananaho. Kha ri dzhie sa tsumbo, hu na nndwa dzine ra dzi ḓivha vhukati ha masipala wa Thulamela na Collins Chavani. Hezwi zwithu ndi pfa unga zwi na ṱhuṱhuwedzo khulu kha uri nndwa dzi bvele phanḓa ngauri ngeno kha university yashu ho ḓalesa vhavenḓa. Now this one is addressing tribal wars. This one is saying the main challenge that could arise out of the university adopting the language policy is the fact that Bavenda speaking students dominate in the University of Venda, but that does not necessarily mean that there are no other students who speak other languages. So how is the university going to ensure that we accommodate all these other different tribes in the university? Because now there is a brewing war between Thulamela municipality and Collins Chavani municipality. Collins Chavani is in Malamulele and Thulamela is in Thohoyandou. And these two Achivenda and Shangaan speaking people, how will the university make sure that these people be one and the other doesn't feel as if they are a minority group in terms of adopting and implementing the language policy? Third one reads, thaidzo ine yavha hone ine ndavha nayo ndi ya uri ezwi ndo no funzea nga luambo lwa ḓamuni ndi ḓo tholiwa gai hone ndi ḓo vha ndi tshi tholea na. This one in interpretation says, I think the main challenge that is there is once I have gotten my degree in vernacular, once I've gotten my degree using my own language, my own mother tongue, would I be employable, and where am I going to get employment? Because I would not have learned English as a language. Moving on to the next slide is a determination of the university's readiness in adopting the language policy. Ngoho nṋe ndi vhona unga Univen ya tou zwi dzhiela nṱha zwa uri vhana vhanzhi vha khou kundelwa, vhana vhanzhi vha ḓo bvelela pfunzoni dzavho ngauri vha ḓovha vha tshi pfesesa zwine vha khou funziwa na uri vha zwi itise hani u ya phanḓa vhutshiloni. This one in interpretation is saying, I think if the university really takes into consideration that so many students are finding it difficult to understand and articulate English as a language, as a medium of instruction within the community of Univen, so many of us would have finished our degrees record time and we would have been prospering in our lives. But because the university does not understand that the difficulty that we have is understanding language, English as a language and as a medium of instruction, we are finding it difficult to soldier on with our lives. Univen batea uri ba pfesese uri musi ri tshi bva secondary ri vha ri sa ḓivhi tshithu. Hei policy kha I itiwe uri I shume I ḓo thusa na vhahulwane vha Univen uri vha zwi ḓivhe uri kuphasele ko vha ku tshi ḓo vha ku nṱhesa u khou tou bala lone lungesi. This one in translation says the university needs to understand that the transition from primary, secondary, coming into an institution of learning, coming into a university is a great 360-degree change. So this policy needs to be implemented. This policy needs to be brought to use. It's going to assist not only students, but the executive members of the university, also to help them understand that the pass rate within the university in different disciplines could have been skyrocketing, but then this is not happening because we are struggling with English as a language and as a medium of instruction. University I ḓo ḓi imisela u thusa vhana vhayo arali I na ndavha na uri vhana vha khou tea u bva vho vhibva. Hone vha tshi kona uri vha ḓisikele mishumo kha zwisi zwavho ngauri hano maḓuvha muthu a nga si kone u tou lindela muvhuso. Muthu u ḓo ḓi kona u humela hayani a amba na vhathu nga ha bindu a khou shumisa luambo lune muṅwe na muṅwe a lu pfa na u pfesesa. Ndi tshi bva Siṱoho ndi ḓo pfiwa nga nnyi nga English. This one in translation says that the university needs to be ready to implement and use the language policy to empower and develop its own students. Because in this community, we feel that the university needs to capacitate us to be graduates who are going back and develop our communities. How are we going to communicate with our community members, with people from our villages in a language which they do not understand? So the policy needs to be implemented so that we go back home and talk to them in a language in which they'll be able to understand better. Ndorivo, thank you so much. I am done. Thank you so much for your time.
Oh. Thank you very much, Ms. Mafela, for the eye-opening presentation, especially during this month, which is Language Activism Month. Thank you, we appreciate. Colleagues, questions, comments, please. Any questions and comments? As you can see that Univen is moving towards the achievement of teaching using Isiven. We all know that there's quite a lot that is involved and there are so many obstacles, but we are ready to face the challenges and move forward. Remember that in the UNESCO, there is an index that measures the survival of languages, and South African languages are amongst the top languages that are dying. So when languages are used for teaching and learning, we are sure that they will survive. Thank you very much, Ms. Mafela and your colleagues in this presentation. Any other questions? I can see in the chat, they say that was wonderful. Thanks, Libwani, for a brilliant presentation and for inserting Chivenda here and there. Yes, thank you again. I don't see any other questions and comments. I will now.
Sorry, Doc, there's two hands up.
Oh, I can't see. Oh, or
my hand is up.
I
It's
don't know.
Dr. Mona. Please go ahead, Dr. Mona.
Okay.
Thank you
And
very
then
much.
Professor Longwa. Yeah.
I also wish to add my voice, to thank the young academic. I wish to encourage her to brace forward with the research, and I also encourage her. We are looking for the next generation of academics who will take forward, the development and promotion of indigenous languages. I'm very much impressed. I have colleagues who are vendor speaking. I wish I could get the presentation and share it with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mona. I'm sorry about that. I can't see whose hand is up.
It's Prof. Longwa.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Longwa.
Thank you very much, Liwani, for the brilliant presentation. It's amazing to hear what the students are saying. So I think your research is actually going to be vital, and I think we're looking forward to that publication. So there is going to be an opportunity to publish a book, and we hope that you will submit this publication, because student voices need to be heard, and they will inform decision making and also inform our curriculum moving forward. Brilliant presentation.
Dr. Mazibuko?
Is your hand, Prof. Longwa, up? Oh no.
I'm done now. Yes,
Okay,
I'm done.
all right. I can't see any hand. Please help me, colleagues, if there's another hand.
Dr. Mona?
Thank you. Dr. Mona?
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to lower my hand. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Any
Okay,
more hands?
that's it? No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, colleagues. Our next presenter is Dr. Pindile Dlamini and Dr. Sylvia Zulu, as well as Dr. Andrew John Bethke from UKZN and Durban University of Technology. And the title of the presentation is Tackling the Lexical Gap Between English and Isizulu in Music, a collaborative translation journey to isingeniso sesisekelo kwezomculo. Over to you, colleagues.
Good morning. You've just got us at the right time, because we've just managed to get sorted with our computer, and so hopefully everything will work well. I'm going to put up our PowerPoint slides and let's see if they come across. Can you see our slides?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Great, super. So thank you very much to the organizers for including our paper. As you can see, Dr. Zulu and I are together here in one place, and Dr. Dlamini is in another venue, and she's presenting several papers today. I'm going to be starting the presentation. I'll be followed by Dr. Zulu and then finally Dr. Dlamini. We're each going to focus on a specific part of the process of creating a textbook in Zulu for the teaching of music theory and oral in our foundation program here at UKZN. So I'm going to begin the process. I'm going to start by giving you a bit of context about how this project developed. When I started at UKZN in 2018, I attended several courses of academic development, which was hosted by the UEIP. Most new staff members at UKZN go through these courses. And the two that made a particular impact on me at the time were curriculum design and teaching and learning. In the curriculum design module, we had to re-look at one of the courses that we were teaching at the time and then consider it for radical decolonization. And in the teaching and learning module, we had to adopt and look at several of the policies of the university in relation to teaching and learning. And I chose at the time to look at music theory. It was a module that I'd been teaching at other universities, but also taught at high school level for many years. And so I had quite a bit of experience in, but was also keen to see how it could be made more applicable to students in the context of UKZN. I just want to share with you, in case you are not familiar with this, and many of you will be, having looked at some of our presentations from the last 2 days. But the UKZN policy on teaching and learning has several key points which I just want to pull out and which made an impact on me at the time and which led to this project. In the policy, it says, or it envisions at least, developing a teaching and learning environment that encourages active learning to improve understanding and retention of knowledge and skills. And as you'll see a little bit later in my part of the presentation, what we were struggling with in the music department was a reality that when we taught something in the first semester in theory and oral, the knowledge retention was not very good, so that it had to be redone in the second semester. So the deep learning that one always hopes will take place was not actually happening and was not carrying through from semester to semester. Also, the policy envisions cultivating curiosity and critical thinking in students in relation to all aspects of their activities and in research. And I think part of the issue that we were facing in music is that we realized that the vast majority of our students were Isizulu speakers. And I saw in the video a little bit earlier that the statistics are about 70%, but in the music school, I think it's more likely around about 90% of our students are first language Zulu speakers. And if you want to create curiosity among students, it's better to be in mother tongue than in a second language. And then also, very importantly, enabling students to integrate theory and practice. Now, the course of music theory and oral is more on the theoretical side. It's about writing music in the staff notation system, but it also trains one's ear. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. So the course, Introduction to Music Fundamentals, is about teaching the Western staff notation system along with the ear techniques or oral techniques, which are used predominantly in the training of musicians. When I was looking at the decolonization of the curriculum of this particular course, what became apparent to me very quickly is that the Western staff notation system is designed specifically to uphold the Western musical system. It's not designed for other musical systems. And while it works very well in a number of other systems, it still has deficiencies when coming to certain aspects. When we transfer it, for example, to local music here, Zulu or Xhosa or Setswana music, one of the difficulties of the Western staff notation system is notating rhythm accurately. In the Western staff notation system, we predominantly look at melody and harmony, in which the system really excels. But in rhythm, while it is quite complex and sophisticated, sometimes does not manage to embody those aspects as clearly. The other aspect, which is very important, is that when we are teaching oral awareness, the ear, training the ear for musicians, part of the issue was that we are enculturating, in a sense, people's ears to a Western ambit of hearing music. So that means the small tones and semitones of music are based on the Western staff notation system, which in itself upholds the Western musical system. That doesn't take into consideration aspects of local music, like, for example, in Xhosa tradition, the Uhadibo, which uses a hexatonic scale. Hexatonic means 6 notes. The Western notation scale is usually 8 notes. So there are differences where things don't quite reconcile. There are many, many points of contact, like in language, but there are also differences. So the problem was that students were not utilizing or remembering the theoretical and oral techniques. And I, at the time, thought that it was probably likely because of the intensity of the Westernness of the curriculum, and also that it was all being taught in English. I had come to UKZN with a background of localization in church music, and most of my research is actually based on trying to create multilingualism in Anglican churches across South Africa. And during my postdoc, I had created a multilingual hymn book for the Anglican Church to address some of those issues. And so I've had quite a bit of experience in that. And I wanted to draw on my experience in working with multilingualism in the classroom to see if we could use those techniques in a broader spectrum of teaching. So what I wanted to do, for example, was to integrate local music into the demonstration of notational techniques. And I've argued elsewhere, for example, that whilst Western staff notation is so very strongly allied to the Western musical system, it can transfer quite well in certain aspects to local musics. And so I thought, why not try and embody those kind of aspects in the examples that we use? But I also wanted to find out if the teaching materials could be presented in Isizulu, and to see if we could improve the chances of deep learning in our students. And this is where the genesis of the English and Isizulu music glossary emerged. I'd first tried for an innovative teaching grant, where I had specified that I wanted to try and create multilingual videos or bilingual videos for the teaching of music and theory. That didn't ever materialize, unfortunately, but I was linked up with the ULPDO as a result. Somebody read my proposal and put me in contact with them. And very quickly, I got in touch with Langa Kumalo, who had a great vision to incorporate music into the developing of the Zulu technical language. So we harvested 500 musical terms and then started to have them translated and creating new terms for the use of teaching music. It was during that process that I discovered how foreign the Western musical system was in terms of local musical terms and ways of describing music in Zulu. I was part of the panel that put those 500 terms together. And during that process, I became so aware of how problematic teaching in English was, and also how problematic it was using Western music examples to teach the system. Then I had to present to the school board, to the School of the Arts board meeting, some of the work that I'd been doing as part of a report back. And at that session, Dr. Pendile Dlamini was also spearheading the language policy for the School of the Arts. And she heard my presentation and got in touch with me just afterwards to ask how she could be of assistance. And this is how our project really came to materialization. At that point, we had the 500 terms. They'd just been created, and now we wanted to use them. And so Dr. Dlamini suggested that we try translating, and that she might be able to put together with a grant that she had from the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences, an opportunity for collaboration among several universities and students and staff to put together a textbook in Isizulu for us. Now, I had written a textbook in English for our students with all of the new examples from local music to see if I could make it more applicable to them. So everything was ready and waiting, and she took this project and flew with it. Just after that, I was introduced to Dr. Sylvia Zulu, who is sitting next to me now, and she took this project on with her senior students, and she'll tell you about that just now. So our project then for making this particular module bilingual is that in 2019, we started with bilingual videos for the use on Moodle. And this was pre-COVID, by the way. So when COVID hit, we were already ready for the COVID pandemic. We had everything online already bilingually, and we were able to use that very well. In 2020, we introduced bilingual assessments now that we had the official terms for everything. And in 2022, this year, we are able to introduce for the first time a bilingual textbook and all of the worksheets that are required for this module. And at this point, I'm now going to hand over to Dr. Zulu.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, AJ, for introducing me. So the process then proceeded. We had a meeting. It was a meeting of the 3 lecturers that are involved in this presentation. And AJ was the commissioner. Maybe let me first say that the process followed the functional theory by Christian Nord. According to Christian Nord, before a translation takes place, there must be a brief. So hence we had to meet to get the brief. So the brief must involve the commissioner, which is also called the initiator, translation initiator. Yeah, and there must be a source text, of course, which AJ had in English, which was going to be translated into Isizulu. So the functional theory emphasizes the purpose of the translation, that it must serve a purpose. So after he had given us the translation brief, and in that translation brief, I must say, he did mention that the target readership will be music students, UKZN music students, who are first language speakers of Isizulu and also second language speakers of English. So we had to make sure that we make the translation acceptable to the students and that it really enhances their learning and they understand what is meant. So as I've said, the translation action will be determined by the scopus in the functional theory. The scopus means the purpose. So he gave us the source text, the glossary that he has spoken about, which is the edited music standardization terminology. Having received these tools, I went to DUT to meet with my student translators. So I had to re-brief them because they had not had the brief. So I had to re-brief them, tell them what is expected of the translation that they are going to use. Now, Nord emphasizes also the importance of translator training. You can't use any person, any bilingual person to translate. You need someone who has been trained, who knows, who understands well the source language, the target language, the culture of the source text, as well as the culture of the target language. So before they translate, they had to do text analysis. Also, note emphasizes that you cannot begin to translate without analyzing the text carefully. So, and this analysis is not just a general analysis, it is a translation-oriented text analysis. And Christian Knott also has step-by-step analysis that we must follow. Although, you know, this step-by-step is not just straightforward. You keep on going back, so there is a lot of going back and forth. And in the analysis of the text, you need to find out what type of a text this is that you're translating, because there are many types of text. For example, if you look at her book, Translation for a Purposeful Activity, she mentions different types of text, such as referential, appellative, fatigue, and expressive. So this one is an informative text. And the students had to do interactive translation so that they must make sure they do the right thing, you know, they discuss it, they go back and forth reading the source text, and so that they really give a good translation. So they were guided by the 3 rules of the Scopus theory. These rules are the Scopus rule, the coherence and fidelity. Well, I've actually described this Scopus rule that it says the translation is determined by the purpose. And then the coherence, when they have translated, the translation, I'm meaning the product now, the translation must be coherent with the receivers. And there must be fidelity, which means the translators have to be faithful to both the source text author and the target readership. Right, so after that interactive translation then, I had to meet with other 3 students who were going to do interactive editing, because when you translate, you need to go back and read and see if you have not made any mistakes. So they had to do editing. And I'm glad these students were competent students who, some of them were in their, they were in their 4th year level of translation, and others had completed the 4th year. So we had meetings, we had about 3 meetings over Teams, briefing them, showing them what they need to focus on. Thanks to the NIHSS project that gave us the data, so they were able to do the work and discuss it on Teams. So they were doing a lot of quality assurance role. And the editing that they were doing, it was both minor and substantive editing. And they would come back to me and we would have meetings again on Teams just to guide them where they were not sure. So they were pretty sure that they had to be loyal. This loyalty to both the source text author and target readership is very important. Now, I must also mention that these students, although they are, first is Zulu speakers, and they also know English, but the content of music, you know, they are not experts in music. So there was a need then to go back to the music students to make sure that they accept this music. It really talks to them. So we then prepared for that review, and Dr. Dlamini will then take over from me and tell us more about the review process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zulu. Thank you very much, colleagues. As Dr. Zulu has indicated, the project was then handed over to me to facilitate the review. So the aim of the review was actually to ensure that what has been translated talks to the target readership, because as Dr. Zulu has indicated, that the project was done by DUT students, and now it had to go to the the UKZN students who are going to be the actual recipients of the material and the actual users of the material. So Dr. Becker assisted in getting 2 students to work on the review. So the students had to work individually, and then after that, then we got together for an interactive review. What the students found out, okay, firstly, the students were guided by what we call an ARA rule, which is accuracy, readability, and acceptability. So as they were reading, they were checking whether this material talks to them in terms of readability. Is it readable? Is it something that actually talks to them as music students? And whether it is acceptable, it is at the level of now UKZN students. In terms of accuracy, accuracy also involves the grammar, the standard Isizulu. Now, considering the fact that the students that were doing the review are not actually language specialists, so we had to come in here with Dr. Zulu to make sure that the language that is used, it is checked to make sure that it is actually up to the standard. So now when we are, excuse me, when we are moving towards ARA, there were a number of things that we had to look at. For example, the title of the book. The title of the book went through 4 stages. Dr. Zulu indicated that it talks about stages of analyzing in the process of translation. So same here, once the translation has been done, there are also stages of review to ensure that at the end, the text is perfect, the text is acceptable to the target reader. So we started off with the cover of the book. What we first got was the first one, Isingeniso kokumgogodla emkhakheni womculo. And when they were doing the editing, they moved from there to Isingeniso somgogodla kwezomculo. And at that time, NIHS needed a report, and in the report, we had to include a dummy of the book. So as you can see on the right, we've got a cover of the book. So the cover of the book was done when we were at this stage, but then we moved on further, trying to fine tune, trying to make sure that does this topic, title actually talks to us, now I'm including myself, to us as music students. Then we decided to move on to Isingeniso sisisekelo emkhakheni womculo, and finally, Isingeniso sesisekelo kwezomculo. So right now, this is the title of the book as it stands, but it has gone through these processes of trying to fine tune and finalize and get to that acceptability level. Another thing that we also looked at was the way the numbers are used in the book. Then we had to take a decision on that, a holistic decision on that, that whenever the numbers in the English textbook, they are written numerically, for example, part 1. But then when translating it into Isizulu, it just didn't gel, it just didn't sit well for us to say ingxenye 1 or ingxenye yoku -1, because that is how other people read it. Whenever they see a numeric, they don't read it in Isizulu, they just read it numerically. So then we took a decision that whenever the numbers, at least up to 5, we are going to write them in full. So part 1 here is ingxenye yokuqala. So whenever there is 1 up to 5, ingxenye yesihlanu, ingxenye yesine, etc., we're going to write those in full. That was the decision that we took, and that was going to run throughout the entire book. Same thing, like 1 count. Instead of 1 isigaba or isigaba 1, we decided to make it isigaba esisodwa, and again, this was done throughout the book. The other thing that we had to grapple with was how to write the name of the author of the book. You can see that his name, he's got a double-barrel name, Andrew John, and with a hyphen. And now when you write in Isizulu, when the word starts with a vowel, you include a hyphen. So now we ended up with Ngu -Andrew -John. And it looked a bit cluttered. So right now we're at that stage at trying to maybe change the way we have written imiyalelo yabafundi, and maybe just say Andrew John Bedke instead of Ngu Andrew John Bedke. Can I have the next slide? Right. So as we're moving along, there were also other lexical gaps that we're looking at. Remember, this work was already edited, finalized, but now it had come to the actual recipients, the actual target readers of this material. So obviously there had to be things to be looked at, whether it really talks to them. For example, when the work came, there was borrowing that was used, quiver was equiver, crochet, crochet. But then when we're talking with the reviewers, they said, how about we use nicknames? Because for these terms, we do have nicknames. And the crochet is called Isagila, and there is no Zulu speaker who understands music who does not understand Isagila. So then we opted for Isagila, and the rest, they say it's Impumulo, and that is known. Every music student who is a Zulu speaker knows that a rest is Impumulo. And there were more things that we had to look at, which they had questions. For example, the duration, the pitch, the meter, we had to come up with a way of fine-tuning that so that it actually talks to them, but now using our tools, our translation technique tools. For example, the last one, the meter, you know, Dr. Zulu indicated that for you to translate, you have to understand the field that you're translating in, because a meter can mean a number of things in different contexts. But in this specific context, they had to understand what a meter means in music. There was, okay, next slide, please. Right, in terms of other ways of tackling lexical gaps, we use generalization. For example, notating, they were asking, can't we have a specific word for notating? But there isn't a specific word for notating in Isizulu. So we had to just generalize and say ukubhala. Same thing with, we also use reduction, where practical learning tasks, which is also kind of modulation, because we actually modified this instruction or this heading into umsebenzi owenziwayo, which is not really what practical learning tasks mean, but it fits well and it explains exactly what is happening within that section. There's also amplification. You can see there. Now let us go a step further. Those who understand Isizulu can see that there is no futhi in the in-source text, but there is futhi in the Isizulu text for the same reason, to make sure that it sits well. It gels with the entire text. Same thing with the second example. There is no manje, which means now in the English, but then they've put manje here. Can I get the next slide? Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. I'm going to Ponce's Dambo back to Dr. Betke.
Thank you, Dr. Dlamini. So we've come to the conclusion of our presentation. First, to say that this is an ongoing project, and this is the first part of that ongoing project. It is hoped that eventually a number of our modules in music will be bilingual and fully bilingual in terms of both the textbooks, the assessments, and also lectures being available bilingually through videos. What is helpful about this process and why we've decided to share about it is that it can be a prototype for other music modules and hopefully other modules outside of music, perhaps in the arts. We've now gone through this process and we found, as you will have seen, that it is a deeply collaborative process, one that included lecturers and students integrally. And I think this is where it has been so exciting for me as the initiator of the project so many years ago, to see somebody like me who doesn't speak Zulu very well at all, have a textbook translated from the English that I wrote through collaboration of numerous people. It shows that it's possible, it takes time, but that it is very valuable indeed. It also shows us, this presentation, that there is space for further developments relating to the decolonization of music teaching. And you will have seen that where the lexical gaps appear and where there are problems of translating. Those are things that we need to work on to see if we can find amicable ways of creating good music teaching that speaks to us in South Africa for our South African context and for the future of our music and the music that will be performed among our people in generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dlamini, Dr. Zulu, and Dr. Bethke for a powerful, eye-opening and a presentation on the development of Isizulu through translation from English to Isizulu. Thank you very much, colleagues. Questions, please? Comments? I'm very excited about this presentation because I was also involved in the development of terminology for music. So to see how far have you gone, colleagues, I think you really need a big round of applause for the wonderful work. Thank you very much, colleagues. Any questions?
Professor Shlongwa has a question.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Shlongwa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mazibuko. Thank you very much to my doctors, AJ, Zulu, and Dlamini. Excellent presentation. What I like with your presentation is that it's work done by the expert in translation and the author of the book, and seeing the relationship between the users, the translators, and how the experts are coming together to verify, to give authority to the work is really amazing. So mine is not a question, but to say, keep up the good work, and let's continue in the spirit of collaboration, especially between our tertiary institutions, between DUT and UKZN and also other institutions. DUT has been a leader in terms of language practice and training students in interpreting, in translation. And it is now good to see them now contributing to our intellectualization project. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Prof. Shlongwa.
Thank you, Prof.
I don't see any other hand. I think I need to thank my colleagues for this presentation. And we now move to the next presentation. There is also another minor adjustment in the program. Dr. Sakile Somlata will come after Dr. Pindile Dlamini and Mr. Edwell Zomba. Now, colleagues, may I please invite Dr. Pindile Dlamini and Mr. Edwell Zomba. The title of their presentation is Policy, Position and Practice in the Teaching and Learning of Kiswahili at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, a Language Management Approach. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mazibuko. As you can see, I'm presenting together with Eddie Zomba, and he has kindly offered to do the presentation, considering that I'm going back to back, and I will be available to take questions. Thank you. Over to you, Eddie. Thank you so much for the offer.
Thank you so much, Doc. Good day, everyone. My name is Malim Edward Zomba, and I'll be presenting on behalf of my colleague, Dr. Dlamini. Our topic reads, Policy, Position and Practice in the Teaching and Learning of Kiswahili at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, a language management approach. So I'll go straight to the introduction. The end of 20th century saw the development of Kiswahili as a language of wider communication in the continent. Efforts by regional and world organizations such as AU, SADC, EAC, and UNESCO towards the development of Kiswahili show that Kiswahili is an indispensable tool in the realization of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and the AUC Agenda 2063. South Africa as a nation took action in this work of the promotion of Kiswahili in the continent. Kiswahili was proposed to be taught as a foreign language in South African schools since the beginning of the year 2020. This study focuses on evaluating efforts by South African higher education institutions such as University of KwaZulu-Natal in the accommodating and promoting the teaching of Kiswahili. The UKZN's language policy includes the introduction of Kiswahili for promoting international trade and tourism, as well as academic and cultural interaction. Statement of the problem. The teaching of Kiswahili in South Africa was received with great interest among the South Africans as reported by various media, but also raised questions. And the questions are as follows. Why does South Africa need another language on top of the local 11 as well as the various foreign languages some schools offer? Has the country done all it can to champion local languages before adding another to the mix? Is there any space on an already crowded curriculum to successfully teach this extra language? Similar questions were also received from the UKZN community. However, the introduction of Kiswahili at UKZN shows that the advantages of teaching and learning of Kiswahili in South Africa outweigh the risk. In this respect, this paper, employing a language management approach, evaluates the policy position and practice with regards to the teaching and learning of Kiswahili at UKZN at both micro and macro levels. The paper concludes by giving a reflection on the future prospects of Kiswahili in South Africa and giving recommendations of the initiatives that need to be done for a successful implementation of the teaching and learning of Kiswahili. This research therefore becomes critical because its orientation generates critical insights with regards to the policy position and practice in the teaching and learning of Kiswahili at UKZN. Methodology. This research employs a multi-method approach to data collection. Collection of data for this study is in twofold.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Mr. Zomba?
We can hear him.
We can hear him.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Continue.
Okay, thank you. So I was saying the collection of data of this study is in twofold. We have the first one, that is the macro level. This is an institution level where we have evaluation of UKZN policy documents, government documents, and purposively sampled newspaper articles. Then at macro level, that is the classroom level where we have observations, classroom observations, and semi-structured interviews with the randomly sampled students who learned Kiswahili at UKZN. The objective here was to provide answers on how the UKZN language policy is being implemented with regards to the teaching and learning of Kiswahili. Theoretical framework. This study is guided by tenets of the language management theory, which investigates any sort of activity aimed at language or communication. In other words, at language as system, as well as at language use. That's Kaplan and Baudaf, 1997, and 2000, Maniki, 2011, Nekvapu and Sherman, 2015. Language management theory seeks to allow solving of language problems at both micro, and macro levels. So I will go straight to the section of data presentation, interpretation, analysis, and discussion. So I'm going to start with organized language management. That's the institution level where we are going to see the examples of UKZNC initiatives towards the introduction of the teaching and learning of Kiswahili at UKZN. So in South Africa, Kiswahili was proposed to be taught as a second language, so as a second additional language since the beginning of the year 2020. The news about the teaching and learning of Kiswahili in South African schools was greeted with interest and drew some praise from different political, economic, as well as social sectors. That's according to Kumalo 2018, Kiungui 2019, and Langan 2020. However, a cursory exhumation of the history of Kiswahili at UKZN reviewed unsuccessful efforts by the university in the teaching and learning of Kiswahili prior to the year 2018. Under the mission statement of the School of Arts Discipline of African Languages of University of KwaZulu-Natal, Kiswahili was proposed to be taught since the year 2013, but only started in 2021. In preparation for this implementation, adverts were prepared and posted in all university platforms. Tutors, contract lecturers, and permanent staff were invited to attend classes as a way of publicizing the module. 29 staff members showed interest, but 15 pulled through until the end. To accommodate diverse participants, the module was offered through block sessions. Assessment was compulsory to students and optional to staff members. Halfway through the module, there was more interest from unregistered students, but it was impossible because the course was already commencing. So that's the organized language management at institutional level. I will go straight again to the simple or discourse-based language management. This is now the actual practice or the classroom practice of learning of Kiswahili at UKZN. The lecture room practice of the teaching and learning of Kiswahili at UKZN is done under a multilingual context. The study adopts simple or discourse-based language management perspective that is concerned with the acquisition of Kiswahili and the strategies developed in the lecture room to harness the learning of the language. This study seeks to unravel and interrogate translanguaging as a simple language management strategy applied in the teaching and learning of Kiswahili by UKZN, Kiswahili lecturer and students. According to Way 2011, the act of translanguaging is transformative in nature. It creates a social space for the multilingual language user by bringing together different dimensions of their personal history, experience, and environment, their attitude, belief, and ideology, their cognitive and physical capacity into one coordinated and meaningful performance, and making it into a lived experience. So in the classroom, there was a realization by the researchers that all Kiswahili students were studying, who were studying Kiswahili as their third language. They had already acquired their mother tongue, that is the first language, and also a second language. So Kiswahili was coming as a third language. The acquisition of Kiswahili by UKZN students is analyzed in the context of third language acquisition. Although there is a debate about whether the language that you acquire after acquiring the second language is another second language or a third language. So, but it's not the focus of this study to go through that debate, but we are going to go with the view that Kiswahili is acquired as a third language. According to Badel and Folk 2006, the acquirement of a non-native language is qualitatively different from the first language acquisition, and that of the second language acquisition is also different from that of third language, since the third language learner has already acquired the the second, and this knowledge plays the second language, and this knowledge plays a role in the acquisition of other foreign languages. So the following diagram is a general synopsis of the acquisition of Kiswahili in the class Kiswahili lecture room at UKZN. So we have that diagram where we have the L1, that's the mother tongue, where a student is either a speaker of Isizulu, Sesotho, Hindi, or English as their first language. And then we have that L2, that's the English, as the second language. Then we have what we call typological distance. And that's where we are going to put much emphasis, where we are going to see the relationship between Isizulu and Kiswahili. Then we have Kiswahili there at the acquisition of third language. This study presumes that third language students at UKZN activate their first and second linguistic systems that they have access to and pass the linguistic knowledge to third language, the language which they are presently acquiring, creating a situation where either the first or second language is used in the acquisition of the third language, which is Kiswahili. This creates a situation which shows that language overlap one another, that's translanguaging, in a continuum of discursive resources that are naturally available to multilingual speakers. So I will explain how translanguaging was used as a strategy in acquiring Kiswahili in the Kiswahili lecture room at UKZN. In this section, the question that begs answers is how students with the prior linguistic knowledge of their first and second languages use this linguistic knowledge in the acquisition of Kiswahili. For the sake of this study, we are going to use Isizulu as the first language example and English as the second language example. In the Kiswahili lecture room, most of the students speak Isizulu as their mother tongue. In their learning of Kiswahili, the researchers discovered that there was influence of Isizulu in the acquisition of Kiswahili among these students. Although English is used in the lecture room as the medium of instruction, the researcher also discovered that students in some instances were using Isizulu to discuss some Kiswahili linguistic phenomena in order to understand them. There was always excitement when a close linguistic similarity is observed between Isizulu and Kiswahili. Therefore, this begs for a closer look on the relationship between Isizulu and Kiswahili. Kiswahili and Isizulu are both Bantu languages, therefore they share some similar linguistic features to a certain extent. As illustrated in the table below, between Kiswahili and Isizulu, there are words which are a bit similar in writing, pronunciation, and meaning. And then we have this table where we have words in Kiswahili and Isizulu. So in Kiswahili, we have the word baba. Then in Isizulu, we have ubaba. Then we have the word mama in Kiswahili, meaning the mother. Then we have umama, that's the Isizulu. Then we have nywele in Swahili, meaning hair. Then we have izinwele, hair again in Isizulu. Then we have the word for harvesting, kuvuna, kuvuna or kuvuna in Swahili. Then we have ukuvuna, that's harvesting again in Swahili. Then we have the word nyoka in Swahili. Then we have the word inyoka in Isizulu. So this shows a closer relationship between Isizulu and Kiswahili. So the students were able to simply activate their prior linguistic knowledge of their mother tongue in acquiring Kiswahili because of the similar linguistic features. We also have words which are false friends that look similar, but have completely different meaning. For example, the word ngozi. The word ngozi in Swahili, it means skin. But in Isizulu, the word ingozi, it means accident. So here we saw some difficulties whereby the student will just take the meaning of ingozi and activate it to Kiswahili, then creates a different meaning. In some instances, pronunciation posed a problem since students, when seeing a similar word in terms of structure, then quickly drew from their first language and pronounced it as a one word. For example, we have the word in Kiswahili, njaa, meaning hunger. Njaa, meaning hunger. So we can see, although we have double A in njaa, but in Isizulu we have nja, that's dog. So sometimes we had a situation whereby a student can just see nja, then it would be like, okay, so it's maybe dog, but it would mean different. Then we have another sound, or in Swahili it's a word, but in Isizulu it's a sound. For example, the word nge, meaning scorpion in Swahili, but in Isizulu it's pronounced as nge, right? Then we also have a complete word in Swahili, which is nzi, that's the fly. Then in Swahili it's just a sound, nzi, okay? That's in Isizulu. Then we have the consonant in Swahili, it's pronounced as B from baba, B. Then the consonant, the same consonant in Isizulu, it will be sounding like uwa, okay? Then we also have the consonant TH, as in the word thousand in English. That's how it is pronounced in Swahili. For example, telatin meaning 30, or temanin meaning 80. But in Isizulu, it will be ta. So just for a student to just see the word with TH, he or she was pronouncing it as telatin or temanin because of the prior linguistic knowledge of Isizulu. Okay, so both Kiswahili and Isizulu also, they attach NI as a locative marker in their adverb of places. For example, we have mjini in Kiswahili, meaning in town. So the actual word there is mji, meaning town. So if you attach NI, it becomes in town. Then we also have edolobeni with in Isizulu with NI at the end, meaning in town. In Swahili, we also have the word barabara or barabara, meaning the road. But if you attach NI at the end, it becomes barabarani, meaning in the road. Then in Isizulu and Lelen, pardon my pronunciation there. I just understand a little bit of Isizulu. So the word endleleni with NI at the end again, meaning in the road. Then we also have the word shule, meaning at school, meaning school. But if you attach NI, it becomes at school, and it will be pronounced as shuleni. Then eskoleni in Isizulu, meaning again at school. So that's another example of the relationship between Isizulu and Kiswahili. So the application of translanguaging as a simple language management strategy in the Kiswahili lecture room was facilitated by the lecturer's understanding of both Kiswahili and Isizulu. This unsealed the barrier to learn Kiswahili using Isizulu as learners use their prior linguistic resources to facilitate Kiswahili acquisition. So I will now move on to the future prospects of Kiswahili at UKZN. UKZN has proven itself as the leader in championing the teaching and learning of Kiswahili in South Africa. Therefore, it should be a center for Kiswahili development in SA, training of Swahili teachers, and strive to conscientize students about Kiswahili as a language of the continent, its importance and advantages of learning it. This will help our students to enroll the language course. Develop localized Kiswahili language teaching materials such as modules, dictionaries, and books to facilitate effective learning of the course. As I alluded to earlier, that this relationship of Kiswahili, there is a relationship of Kiswahili and Isizulu. So if we create localized materials, maybe with the local names, with the names of people in Isizulu, this will help our students to understand the language in the context of South Africa. So there is a need to create materials which are localized. Also to collaborate with other East African universities such as University of Dar es Salaam for exchange programs. This will help students to learn and appreciate the Swahili culture. This helped me as the researcher. I also studied my master's under the exchange program of the University of Zimbabwe and University of KwaZulu-Natal. So I'm presenting with experience because it helped me to understand the Swahili culture and also learning the language through speaking with the natives. Exchange programs are also important in galvanizing the learning of Kiswahili at UKZN. It can also start teaching Kiswahili as a communicative course for all interested parties such as students, staff, and non-university students, then later change it to a credit carrying course. So the language can also start by to be taught as a communicative course and teach anyone who is interested in learning the language, because after Kiswahili was said to be introduced in South Africa, especially in the year 2018, I believe there are a lot of people who wants to learn the language, but now where to learn the language, it might pose a problem. So the course can be introduced to everyone, whether you are a student or you are just a resident of UKZN. You can just come and learn the language so as to conscientize the society about the availability of Kiswahili at UKZN. Incorporating Kiswahili in popular activities and festivals, example, poetry in Africa. This also can help in conscientizing the society about the importance of Kiswahili. Right, I'll move on to the conclusion. So briefly, this paper demonstrates UKZN's endeavors in introducing Kiswahili in line with its robust language policy. The use of Isizulu in the Kiswahili lecture room shows that our indigenous languages can be a vital cog in the learning of Kiswahili. Prior linguistic knowledge of Isizulu is also proven to be an asset rather than an obstacle in the acquisition of Kiswahili at UKZN. That marks the end of our presentation. Asante sana, siyabonga, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Dlamini and Mr. Dzomba. For the powerful presentation. We really appreciate this paper. As I was reading on the side chats, I went through Prof. Mkhize's the DVC for the College of Humanities message. I'm sure some of us have seen it. We are pleased that Kiswahili has been reintroduced at UKZN. We also need to expand to the schools in line with the DBE initiatives. Our unconditional support to this and all other excellent initiatives that we are learning about. Thank you very much, DVC, for the comment. Can we have questions, comments? I don't see anything on the question and answer. Any questions and comments?
Dr. Dlamini.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just excited to read what our DVC is saying here, because we are actually struggling with the numbers. That is why we're actually looking at other strategies that can actually assist us in conscientizing people about the importance of learning Kiswahili. So that is actually what we did in our first in our introduction of Kiswahili for the first time, where we brought in lecturers and tutors so that they get to help us publicize Kiswahili. So now, I'm just thinking that UKZN is already known as one of the leaders in pushing the implementation of the language policy agenda. So I think it will be quite important. It could be quite easy for UKZN now to also push the agenda of Kiswahili, because we're already at that level where we are recognized as one of the leaders in the implementation of the language policy. I'm excited, and I can see that Prof has his hand up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dlamini. Prof Mkhize, DVC.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Mine is more of a comment. I just want again to reiterate that UKZN introduced the teaching of Kiswahili, I think it's approximately 10 years ago, because we had an ambitious vision to use Kiswahili not only as an instrument of peace building on the African continent, but also as an instrument towards the study of the generic and common roots in the Bantu languages, and also the history of migrations on the African continent could be studied through the tracing of these Bantu linguistic roots, as well as the history, the very, very history of the contribution of the continent to world knowledge, which in fact could be traced to Bantu and many other languages way back to the beginnings of civilization. This is really the ambitious vision that we have, that through the study of Kiswahili and other Bantu languages, we could be able, Dr. Steinmeier, to study the African classics in ancient Egypt, in Kemet. We could be able to study the migration routes from Kemet, Egypt to West, Southern, Eastern Africa, and hence demonstrate the contribution of the continent to world knowledge. So our vision is very, very big. And this is an initiative that has got our unconditional support as the college as well as the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So I really do want to thank the presentations as presenters as well as the School of Arts for reinvigorating this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DVC. Dr. Steinmeier, your hand is up. Please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay. I somehow missed the trial course, which was apparently offered, but I would be very curious to join a proper course and to learn Kiswahili. So please spread the information. about the details, when the course will be offered, and like in which way. Please, Desel.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stenmeier. I'm back to DVC, Prof. Mkhize.
Sorry, I'm desperately trying to lower my hand.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Any response to Dr. Stenmeier? Colleagues, presenters?
Oh, okay. I'm not sure whether I heard the question well. I think Doctor is actually asking how to join a group, how to join a class. All right. I think I'm going to go back to what Prof. Mkhize has just said, that the entire humanities, his office is giving full support to the introduction of Kiswahili, because right now we are struggling with numbers. We are struggling with numbers because we are pushing, we are advertising, we are doing everything that we can to get enough numbers to carry on with Kiswahili. So as soon as we start the course, we are going to let everybody know. But I think maybe Prof. Nobuhle Hlongwa, I'll be very happy if we could talk to Prof. Mkhize and then see this support so that we can push ahead and carry on offering Kiswahili. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think this presentation comes at the right time. I'm just coming from the International Mother Language Day celebration for South Africa in East London. And there was an announcement that was made that Kiswahili now is the official language of the African Union, and Isizulu is a mega language. So I think the numbers will go high for Kiswahili colleagues. Thank you very much for your powerful and the presentation that that tells us that as Africans we need to learn other African languages. Thank you very much. I will now move on to the next presenter. In fact, because of the adjustments that we have made in our program, our last presenter for this session is Dr. Sakhile Somlata from the National Mandela University, and the title of the presentation is The Dynamics of Language Policy Review in Higher Education. Over to you, Dr. Somlata. It's Nelson Mandela University. I'm sorry about that. Nelson, I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Let me try to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. The title of my presentation, The Dynamics of Language Policy Review in Higher Education. Here is the outline of my presentation: introduction and context, research problem, research questions, theoretical framework, methodology, findings, discussions, recommendations, and conclusion. Now, in the introduction, I decided to pick up some pieces of legislation that are guiding us in terms of our language policy development in the higher education sector. I've identified this section as most relevant, that everyone has a right to receive education in the official language or languages of their choice in public educational institution where that education is practicable. Cannot say that. It's reasonable, practicable. In order to ensure the effective access to and implementation of this right, the state must consider all reasonable educational alternatives, including single medium institutions, taking into account equity, practicability, and the need to redress the results of practical racial discriminatory laws and practices. Now, in our current language policy national, it reads as follows. Our constitution accords every South African the right to receive education in the official language or languages of their choice in public institutions where that education is reasonable, practicable. It states that in order to ensure the effective access to and implementation of this right, all reasonable educational alternatives must be considered, taking into account equity and practicability. Now, I want you to look at this national constitution. It also includes that single medium institutions, but our document, the current policy, now is not including that. And for me, that is another element that when we are dealing with the issues of language, and if we are taking this matter to the Constitutional Court, you'll find that some of the battles we are not winning based on the on what and how the Constitution says about this matter. Okay. I also selected some of the statements that I think are relevant from all the policies, which is language policy for higher education and the current policy. Both, they confirm that language continues to be a barrier to access and success in higher education because African languages have in the past and present structurally not been afforded space to function as academic languages. Secondly, universities were obliged to develop their language policies to drive language transformation and promote multilingualism for language equity, inclusiveness, access to knowledge and success, and social cohesion. All those policies are confirming that from 2001 and the current policy. Now, the challenge is our universities, they develop their language policies, but there is a challenge with regard to the implementation of the policies. Many scholars are sharing the same sentiment to that effect. Now, the lack of language policy implementation plans, monitoring and evaluation were identified in various studies as limitation of the language policy implementation. The advisory committee of the minister and Drummond, they confirmed that. Now, in discussing this matter, scholars, many scholars, but I only included 3 scholars, that one among the challenges are some escape clauses. Then they are of the view that substituting of escape clauses such as reasonable, practicable with a binding language in both the national and institutional language policies is necessary. This is my introduction. Now, the provisions of the new language policy framework identified three statements from there. One, all institutions must develop strategies, policies, and implementation plans for promoting multilingualism as defined by this policy framework. Such plans must indicate at least 2 official languages other than the medium of instruction or language of teaching and learning for development for scholarly discourse as well as official communication. Recognizing the de facto status of English as language of learning and teaching across South African higher education institutions. This policy calls upon universities to adopt a flexible approach in the implementation of English as a language of learning and teaching. I highlighted that flexible approach because we understand that we are coming from different ideologies. And in the institutions of higher learning, there are those who are pursuing the status quo, that the status quo must maintain. We cannot run away from that. And there are those that are pursuing transformation in the true sense, because when you talk about the true sense of transformation, you cannot leave the language matter. Language matter is central to transformation agenda in the higher education. Now, if you have this flexible approach, one might interpret and implement it in the way in which it suits him or her. All right. Then in terms of communication, all official international institutional communication must be conveyed in at least 2 official languages other than English as a way of cultivating a culture of multilingualism. Now, the research problem. Institutions of higher learning are required to review their language policies at least after 3 to 5 years. Some institutions had never reviewed their language policies, while other universities have been inconsistent and others consistently reviewing their language policies. In terms of research questions, what are the trends of language policy review in South African universities? How language patterns of the language policies retard and or accelerate implementation? And the theoretical framework, this study is rooted in rules orientations of language planning, where he is advancing language as a problem, language as a right, language as a resource. So it depends on which lenses the language planners are using when they are dealing with the language issue. Then also coupled with Cooper 1989 on the issue of status planning, corpus planning, acquisition planning, supplemented by until 2017 of opportunity planning. Then on research paradigm, this is a transformative research paradigm that has been used in this study. It is appropriate and relevant because it addresses the social issues of empowerment, disparities, inequalities, oppression, dominance, and alienation. So, in my view, the issue of language is one of the tools that colonizers used to marginalize the majority of South Africans and to create inequalities socially and economically. Central to the mission of colonizers was the issue of language. So in order to redress inequalities, poverty, and unemployment in South Africa, we have to take the issue of language seriously as a resource This is a qualitative in terms of research approach. It's a qualitative evaluative research method. The policy documents were purposely assembled because they are aligned to the research questions and the purpose of research. Document analysis was used to analyze the policy documents. Then let us go to the findings. I have selected, I think there are 15 universities. Then, for the purposes of this presentation, the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, it last reviewed the language policy in 2019, 21st February 2019. They reviewed after the draft policy of the current national policy was under review by the universities. So in the same vein, they were able to review their own policy. Central University of Technology managed to review their language policy in 2021 during the time of COVID, because, you know, from the presentations last year, you'll find that there were some excuses that, no, because of COVID, we were unable to review this policy, you know, but COVID was there, even the Central University of Technology, but they managed to prioritize this activity. Then the Durban University of Technology, it was in November 2010, Nelson Mandela University, October 2009, Tshwane University, November 2005, File University of Technology, November 2016, University of Cape Town, September 2013, University of Free State, March 2016, University of Fort Hare, September 2013, University of Johannesburg, April 2014, then University of Pretoria, September 2021, and University of Stellenbosch. It was also in September 2021. I'm trying to look at the University of South Africa. Okay, but I know them because okay, all right, I can see it. You know, now University of Stellenbosch to December 2021, and University of South Africa in 2016. University of Western Cape, it was on the 3rd of March 2003. And the last one, which does not appear on the screen, is Walter Sisulu University in 2017. And if you can see on these days, you'll find that others are over than decade since they reviewed their own language policies. Others, since they incepted their language policies, they had never reviewed them, right? So that on its own should tell us that we really have a mammoth task to do. Okay, the patterns of language policy. Sorry. Now, the language policy patterns at CPUT. I decided that let me focus on the issue of teaching and learning and teaching, languages of learning and teaching, and also of communication purposes. Now, the current language policy states that while English is the current language of learning and teaching practices using other languages should also be adopted to facilitate epistemological access. The process of developing isiXhosa and Afrikaans to varying degrees and where required as academic languages is to be phased in. It's not clear how that process will be done. While English remains the current language of thesis and dissertation, consideration should be given to the translation of summaries, abstract, and thesis into students' preferred regional languages. So that is how the current institution is stated. Then on the Central University of Technology, so where demonstrable competence have been established in one or two languages, Afrikaans or Sesotho, or any other than English, such competencies initiatives will be allowed and encouraged in all learning environments such as class, lab, etc. Now, students may submit dissertation and thesis in English, Afrikaans, or Sesotho. In terms of choice of language of publication, it is a prerogative right of a researcher. When I look at this, I notice that it is in line with the current national language policy framework. Then the English, but the communication is only in English as a challenge. DUT shall maintain English as a main medium of instruction and as its business language. Then over time, encourage and strengthen the study of South African indigenous languages. It was in 2010 and now we are in 2022. Now, the Nelson Mandela University, English is an international language of communication in science and in business. And it is the preferred language of teaching, learning, and assessment in most programs. Where an entire class shares Afrikaans or isiXhosa as first language, teaching and assessment may be conducted in that language, subject to the ability of the lecturer. The language used for general external correspondence aimed at a cross-section of language speakers will be English. But the language policy at Nelson Mandela is still under review from that of 2009. So I had to write about the one which is valid. I cannot write about something which has not yet been adopted by the council of the university. So this is the one which is valid. At TUT, the policy, or it is the policy of TUT to use English as the primary language of teaching, instruction, communication, and documentation. Then, Fal University of Technology, they say English is the main language used for tuition. All courses will be offered in English, but tutoring and learning material will be available in Isizulu and Afrikaans as well. Then the communication will be in English with translation in Sesotho and Afrikaans is their language policy of 2016. Then University of Free State, in summary, they are using English as academic language only. They use English in classrooms according to the language policy of 2016. And also the official communication is only in English. All these policies or all these institutions, they are committing themselves to promote multilingualism and the development of African languages. You know, at UCT, the English is both a primary medium of teaching and of examination, except in language and literature departments where another language is taught and may be used. This applies at all levels and to dissertation and thesis for a higher degrees. English is the primary language of internal governance and of administration, where practical communication will include at least 3 official languages of the university, which is English, Afrikaans, and Xhosa, is their 2013 language policy. Then University of Fort English will remain the medium of instruction at undergraduate and postgraduate levels, provided that Xhosa and Afrikaans is used on the basis of prior negotiation and agreement between the students and the relevant lecturer. Researchers may use any of the institutional languages to conduct their research. That is the language policy of University of Fort in 2013. I highlighted that prior negotiation and agreement. I was just thinking about the first year student who is just arriving at the universities, whether that one will have the courage to negotiate with the lecturer that, no, I don't want to be taught in English, I want to be taught in Xhosa or in any other language. So that's for me is a challenge. And the UJ, all approved modules and programs are offered in English, and wherever possible and reasonably practicable will also be offered in the other 3 designated languages, which is Isizulu, Isizulu, and Afrikaans. The communication is in English. That's a UJ using these phrases, possible and reasonable, practicable. Then the University of Pretoria, English is the language of teaching and learning. And English, Sepedi, and Afrikaans are the languages of official communication and administration on all campuses and in residence, with services being provided in other South African languages where requested and feasible and affordable. So that this is their current language policy, 2021, you know. Then the University of Stellenbosch. Afrikaans and English are the primary languages of learning and teaching. We know they are struggling, you know, they've been struggling for the inclusion of Afrikaans again. And now this is their new language policy, which has Afrikaans and English. But there's a lot that are talking about the tuition there. They have various ways. They have English, Afrikaans and English as the primary languages of learning and teaching. Also, they are of the view that there will be a separate lecturers in Afrikaans and English where that is practicable and pedagogical sound, meaning that if they are students, they will have a parallel classes for English and for Afrikaans, you know. I'm not sure how are they going to manage what actually happened in University of Free State, because one of the challenges in the University of Free State before 2016 language policy was the issue of reversing the gains of building a non-racial society along linguistic lines, right? Because what was noticeable there was that the Africans, they tend to go to English classes, and then the African-speaking students, they go to the Afrikaans classes, and that was done along in terms of interpretation. It was interpreted as something that reverses the gains of building a non-racial society, you know. Then there will also be a monolingual approach. Sorry, colleagues. Monolingualism will be used where the assigned lecturer is proficient to teach only in English or Afrikaans. I'm not sure whether but for me, this is not progressive, because to advance monolingualism in a multilingual environment, that for me is regressive. And in terms of communication is Afrikaans, English, and Xhosa, and this is their current language policy. In terms of UNESA, the postgraduates and undergraduate and postgraduate studies will be in English, all official meetings and proceedings are conducted in English. Documents related to meetings will be in English. This is their language policy of 2016, and we know there's a Concord ruling to that effect, that the Afrikaans must also be included as the language of learning and teaching. And the justification that was provided in that judgment is that UNISA is a distance learning institution. There are no physical students that go there, so that this racialism or this issue that affected University of Pretoria will be seen, because it's a distance education institution. So that is the justification that they provided. And then at UWC, the official languages is English, Afrikaans, and Xhosa. Lecturers, tutorials, and practicals. For any modules will be delivered in the language formally approved by the faculty. So there's no commitment with the university level, but this matter has been associated to the faculties. This is their 2003 language policy. Regarding the language used in the setting of task assignments, test examinations, English, Afrikaans, and Xhosa should be used whenever it is practicable to do so. All communication will be in English. Then the Zulu University. English remains the primary language of learning, teaching, and assessment, while the university develops its Xhosa for dual instruction. All communications may be done in English and Xhosa. This is extracted from 2017 language policy of Zulu University. I decided to give this overview, colleagues, so that we know where are we in terms of our universities, at least to have a broad picture. In terms of my discussion, I'm of the view that the non-reviewal of language policies demonstrates the lack of collective academic will for language transformation in higher education. I'm raising this precisely because there are good work that are done in some of the institutions that are irrespective of their language policies. But there's good work that are done by our colleagues there. But you'll find that they are done by mostly our colleagues that are in languages, or in the Department of African Languages, or in Department of Linguistics, right? But when you go to engineering sector, you don't get that, you don't get that happening. So there is that collective academic will that is greatly needed in our university. There are best practices of language policy review as shown by some universities, but that on its own is a debatable matter, because if you can closely look at that, you'll find that the universities that are advanced are those that have been using Afrikaans, but the subject for discussion. Only Central University of Technology has managed to review its language policy. A slow progress in implementing language policy can be associated with outdated language policies. Yes, because if there is a coordinated language policy implementation in any university, then when that coordinated task, is reflecting, the reflections will always warrant the reviewal of the language policy, because there is something that is being done, and in terms of addressing the challenges of work that is being done, the language policy ought to be reviewed. The radical language transformation would require language policy review from time to time, yes. There is perpetual maintenance of the status quo in language of learning and teaching across universities. This is what Webb called Englishification of South African universities. Then the vague, in terms of recommendation, the vague language should be done away with in reviewed language policies because they retard the progress. Those that want to maintain the status quo, they tend to cling to the vague language that we use in our language policies so as to advance their maintenance of the status quo. The African languages should be used alongside de facto medium of instruction. There's no other way, colleagues. If we want to see the real transformation, the African language should be used in the classroom alongside the medium of instruction. But if it is not there in the classroom, it is in tutorials or in lab or in group discussions, it would mean that we're maintaining the status quo. Then the establishment of language directorate in each university should, to solely advance language transformation is necessary. You know, I've been observing that the universities, some of our universities that are doing well are those that have that coordinated directorate. Okay, Chairperson, I can see you. The university must report annual to Department of Higher Education and Training on progress made and their challenges. Then the last one, language policies should be reviewed as required by the national policy. And this is the end, the chairperson of the session. I thank you very much.
Very much, Dr. Somlata, on your presentation. It was indeed a detailed one, and one can see from your presentation, one can see where we are as institutions of higher. From your presentation, one could see where we are as institutions of higher learning, and I think now is the time for all of us to work together so that we develop African languages as languages of teaching and learning, and also we focus on our language policies as institutions of higher learning. Just to read, it's a question, I'm not sure whether it's a question from Prof. Heike Tape. Thank you so much for your excellent presentation. The data that you presented makes indeed a strong case for the adoption of translanguaging pedagogies in our classrooms as prominently proposed by Prof. Liketi, and for moving away from monolingual pedagogies as a driver of language transformation. Colleagues, any other questions? I don't see any hands. Any comments? Dr. Somlata, do you want to respond or to comment on what Prof. Oh, okay, I see Prof. Hlongwa's hand. Prof. Hlongwa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mazibuko, and thank you very much, Dr. Somlata, for your presentation. Well presented and stating the facts. And the situation is really bad, and with the language policies that universities have pronounced as language policies. I think it's time now, I agree with you, it's time now that now universities really need to revisit the language policies. Because the most important thing is that, like, if you don't attach function to the language, to the African language, as a language of teaching and learning, that language will not grow. That language will not be used, and the institution will not do anything. So giving the status of the African languages, the roles, as we have mentioned in your presentation, that like they be used in the tutoring and so forth, or in the communication, it is not good enough. It is not giving these languages the status they deserve. So we need to move. We need to work in line with the new language policy framework and start recognizing multilingualism in the actual classroom, not in the tutorial. Thank you very much, Dr. Somlata, for this presentation. It is indeed an eye-opener, and we really need to change how we do things in universities in the higher education institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Shongwa. There is a comment from on the chat from Dudumsibi. I agree with you, Doc. I believe that using 2 languages in class will help for more understanding of a content. I also have a comment from Mrs. Bloom. Thank you for an extremely informative presentation, Dr. Somlata. Indeed, the status quo must change. Any response, Dr. Somlata?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of this session. With regard to the translanguaging pedagogy, really, now is the time for us to make that a reality. To make that a reality, because we cannot advance the transformation in higher education sector if we are not using our languages, right? I like Novelli in 2015. He says, for a real transformation to happen, one, we need to use 4 R's. One is a recognition. If you are recognized, meaning that our languages, if are recognized in the higher education, our higher education are not Englishified, then we are going somewhere. Then secondly, second R is representation. Thirdly is redistribution. And the 4th R is reconciliation. And for that, then we'll be able to advance the transformation agenda. That is the view of Novelli 2015. So I'm of the view that really, in terms of advancing this discussion, we have to do something, take our African languages to the classroom in the higher education sector. Yeah, I think I concur with Prof. Shongwa that the function is the most imperative part that we can use to advance our languages. Thank you very much, Dr. Kogo. Dr. Mazibuko, thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of our session. Thank you very much, colleagues, to the presenters, as well as all other colleagues who are with us in this colloquium. Thank you. Let me take the program back to the main program director, Prof. Shongwa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mazibuko, and thank you very much to all our speakers for this session. Colleagues, it's now 12:34, and in terms of our program, I think we are left with, also, if I'm right, is it 2 speakers, and Dani Budeli and Monica Witeka? Do we have another 3rd speaker before Prof. John closes? Yes. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, we do some Tondo, yes.
Okay, wonderful. So colleagues, may I suggest then that like we take a break and go for our early lunch. And then right now it's 12:34. And if you agree, could we come back at 1800? At 1300, so that like we finish early than the time that is suggested. So we go now, break now for lunch, and then come back at 1300. Thank you very much. So we'll see you back at 1300. Thank you so much.
KwaZulu-Natal is the subtropical pearl of South Africa, with boundless landscapes stretching from southern Africa's highest peaks to the golden sands of the Indian Ocean. Lying within this beautiful scenery is a university that strives to inspire greatness. The University of KwaZulu-Natal is a multi-campus residential, teaching and research-led university with a proud and rich heritage of academic excellence. Its 5 centers of learning are situated in the cities of Durban and Pietermaritzburg, in the heart of this beautiful province. UKZN is the largest contact university in sub-Saharan Africa, with over 4,200 employees and 49,000 students across all disciplines, including some 3,000 international students from 82 countries. Our staff are drawn from all over the world and reflect different demographics and cultures. Of our academics, more than 50% hold a PhD as a minimum qualification. UKZN is ranked as one of the top 3 research-led universities in South Africa and amongst the top 3% of universities worldwide. As a university, we have streamlined our academic sector to be more effective and responsive to the needs of our students by adopting the college model and have 4 colleges spread over our 5 campuses. These include the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science, the College of Health Sciences, the College of Humanities, and the College of Law and Management Studies. Each college is led by a Deputy Vice Chancellor and Head of College. UKZN's Transformation Charter is key in steering our identity and culture, providing a set of transformation goals vital for achieving our vision as the premier university of African scholarship. At UKZN, transformation and excellence are closely paired, with both goals being integral to the other. Our mission is to take the lead in cutting-edge African-focused research and community outreach, and to provide quality tertiary education that is available to all. In striving to offer a learning environment that is accessible to all South Africans, at UKZN, we facilitate several avenues of financial support for our student population, totaling some 1 billion rand. Generous scholarships are available for top academic and sports achievers, whilst the university works closely with the National NSFAS Bursary and Loan Scheme, as well as private and corporate donors to assist our students in need. All these factors make UKZN a uniquely South African university that is academically excellent, innovative in research, critically engaged with society, and demographically representative. As a proudly research-led university, UKZN provides a dynamic environment for all facets of research and innovation, and consistently punches above its weight in the production of weighted research outputs. The College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science is at the forefront of such innovation, with its work in developing drought and disease-resistant staple crops that enable food security in Africa. From the College of Health Sciences, a gel that reduces the incidence of HIV and a skin patch that administers insulin without needles are both world firsts. The College of Law and Management Studies produces specialized and accredited professionals in the field of law, accounting, marketing, financial management, human resources, public administration, and IT. And the College of Humanities actively contributes to the intellectual development of the region through thought-provoking annual festivals such as Time of the Writer, the Durban International Film Festival, Jomba Contemporary Dance Experience, and Poetry Africa. Moving forward, UKZN has identified 4 strategically oriented cross-discipline research flagship focus areas, namely African Health, that aims to save lives, Big Data and Informatics, that offers relevant computer solutions for Africa, Social Cohesion, that addresses inequality and promotes nation building, and African Cities of the Future, which moves towards creating livable cities. These flagship research areas are intimately aligned with UKZN's new 5-year strategic plan. Launched in 2017, the plan outlines the institutional culture, goals and enablers that will help UKZN realize its full potential as South Africa's university of choice for the country's most talented students and scholars. By focusing on excellence in teaching and learning, high-impact societal and stakeholder community engagement, targeted internationalization, and excellent and high-impact research, innovation, and entrepreneurship, UKZN aims to contribute meaningfully to the future of South Africa and add real value to all its stakeholders.
Language is at the heart of our human existence. It records our achievements and spurs our innovation and our development. Language facilitates the organization and the transmission of knowledge. Education as a complex whole, including intellectual development, is steered through the vehicle of language. Inqubomgomo nohlelo lolimi lwenyuvesi yaKwaZulu-Natal yaqala ukusebenza ngonyaka wezi-2006 yaphinde yabuyekezwa ngonyaka wezi-2018. Iqhakambisa ukubaluleka kweqhaza lolimi kwezokufunda nokufundisa. I-UKZN isithathe isinyathelo sokuthuthukisa isiZulu ukuze sibe ulimi lokuphatha, lwesayensi nezobuchwepheshe. One of the stated aims of the UKZN language policy is to achieve for Isizulu the institutional and academic status of English, and to provide facilities to enable the use of Isizulu as a language of teaching, learning, and instruction. Almost 70% of students at UKZN speak Isizulu as their home language. UKZN states in its charter that it recognizes the importance and value of African languages and that they will be promoted as academic languages. Thus, the University Language Planning and Development Office is charged with the implementation of the Language Policy and Plan, which seeks to cultivate Isizulu to be used in administration, teaching and learning, and research. Ihhovisi i-ULPDO seyisungule uhlelo lokuthuthukisa isiZulu ukuze kwenziwe ngcono amathuba okufinyelela kolwazi kubafundi bonke nokuphumelela kwabo kwezemfundo ephakeme. Ukuthuthukiswa kolimi lapha kuchaza ukuguqulwa kwalo ukuba lube namandla neqhaza lokuthwala nokudlulisa zonke izinhlobo zolwazi emikhakheni ehlukene yempilo. To this end, ULPDO has developed terminology in a variety of disciplines in both English and Isizulu to facilitate teaching and learning in both languages. To facilitate easy access to the multidisciplinary terminology, ULPDO has developed human language technologies as enablers in the teaching and learning processes. The specialized disciplinary terminology can be accessed via an Isizulu term bank and a mobile-compatible application called the Zulu Lexicon. The Isizulu term bank is a resource that was developed in order to provide access to Isizulu terminology, which has been developed for a variety of disciplines, such as anatomy, architecture, accounting, biodiversity, economics, law, nursing, physics, etc. The resource is a work in progress, with other disciplines set to be added. The Zulu Lexicon App, which is short for Isizulu Lexicon, is a mobile-compatible application of the Isizulu term bank. Using technology to its advantage, the ULPDO has developed this app to afford students and other users anytime access to all the authenticated multidisciplinary terminology, with search functions in both English and Isizulu. It's available for free, and its aim is to enhance end-user access to various multidisciplinary terminology from anywhere at any time. Another achievement for the ULPDO is the development of the Isizulu National Corpus. A corpus is a collection of texts in either written or spoken form that is stored in a reusable format by means of computers. These texts are then used to create human language technologies as a spelling checker. To date, the Isizulu National Corpus is the biggest African language corpus in the world, with just over 30 million running words that are reflective of the language. With this resource, anyone around the world will have access to study Isizulu in all its complexities. In conjunction with this, the ULPDO has also launched the Isizulu Spellchecker. Using the Isizulu National Corpus as a basis, this tool will complement the university's effort in teaching Isizulu modules and assist book and newspaper editors with text written in Isizulu. The Spellchecker boasts around a 90% recognition rate and is a free downloadable resource available on the ULPDO website. As well as making significant technological achievements, the ULPDO has also launched a series of bilingual publications, the first of which being the illustrated Glossary of Architecture. This publication provides a detailed Isizulu and English glossary encompassing all the terminology associated with the discipline of architecture, and is the first in a series of specialized bilingual publications being developed by the ULPDO. Okubalulekile kakhulu ukuthi amakilasi namanye amagumbi okufundela ase-UKZN asetshenziselwa ukuthi kuqhutshwe umsebenzi wokukhiqizwa kolwazi nokugqugquzela ubunyoninco kanye nokusetshenziswa kobulimi imbili. Being able to communicate and study in one's own language gives an individual confidence. It gives them self-affirmation and self-reliance in the production and reproduction of knowledge. Nelson Mandela once said, "If you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. But if you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart." UKZN is thus rising to the linguistic challenge that confronts the African continent by making huge strides in cultivating Isizulu and situating it at the center of academic activity. Language, viewed and used as one of the disruptive pedagogies to enhance access, eliminate barriers, and improve success in the quest for knowledge. UKZN offers a variety of language services under University Language Planning and Development Office, commonly known as ULPDO. These services include translation, interpreting, editing, terminology development, language-related training workshops. Buwalina. UKZN, inspiring greatness.
Professor Shlongwa, you want to continue?
Thank you very much, Shakila. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. Let's now continue with our program. We are about to finish for the day. May I invite Dr. Mpumelelo Ngidi to share the next session, and immediately after that, we will get the closing remarks from Professor Vivian Ojong, who is the Dean and the Head of the School of Social Sciences. Over to you, Dr. Ngidi. Thank you very much. Dr. Ngidi, are you ready? Okay.
He's here, Prof, but he might have a problem with his sound, but he is here and he's unmuted.
Dr. Ngidi, can you say something? We were just chatting right now. Dr. Ngidi.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Ngidi, how are you?
I'm all right, Prof. How are you?
You're good. Okay. Would you please now take over the session as the chair? Thank you.
All right. Can I check my settings here? Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Oh. All right. All right. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I have a simple task to perform today. As you've heard, that this is our last session of this scintillating and very educational colloquium that we've held over the from yesterday up until now. So I have a number of speakers here without wasting time that I would like to introduce. And the first one is a presentation by Andani Puteli, Miss Livuani Mafela, and advocate Dr. Parelo Machinze. The title of the presentation is Language Policy as a Marketing Tool for Institutions of Higher Learning, a case of the University of Venda. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me? And are you also able to see the screen that I'm sharing?
Yes.
No. No, we cannot see your presentation yet.
All right.
You'll just stop sharing and then open your presentation and then start sharing.
It shows that it's sharing from my side.
Can you stop sharing for now because we're just seeing your files at the moment. Stop sharing and then open the presentation that you need to share and then start sharing.
All right.
Yes. Yes.
Are you able to see it?
Yes.
All right. No, thank you so much. Good day. My name is Andani.
Sorry, Andani. Can you please put your presentation into presentation mode or slide mode? So it's a little bigger. Thank you.
can you please assist me with doing that?
You can go to the top where it says slideshow. The top of your screen, it says slideshow. Can you see?
No.
Right at the top, there's transitions, animations, and then slideshow.
I don't see that.
The brown section of your screen?
The brown section.
Yes.
Right at the top, where it says home, insert, design, there, and then slideshow. You'll see slideshow.
Alternatively, Andani,
No.
look, wabona mo fast more where, yeah, click on that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. No,
Perfect.
Thank you so much. Thank you. My name is Andani Budeli. I'm from the University of Venda, and I'm presenting an ongoing article that I'm co-authoring with Ms. Mafera, who just presented this morning, and our mentor advocate, Dr. Machidze. Allow me to start by saying that this presentation was, or this article was inspired by one of the meetings that we had in the university. It was a strategic meeting, and one thing that was realized was that our university, the University of Venda, will lack proper marketing strategies to ensure that we attract students. And one of the issues that came out during the discussion was the issue of the language policy of the university. And when I saw the call for papers from this colloquium, I think with my colleagues, that was an opportunity for us to have something to share that from our universities and also from what is going on the ground. And allow me to start with my presentation. As I've indicated, this is an ongoing study. So it's an article that we are writing on language policy and its role in marketing our university. But it is very important for us to note that the development of language policies in the world has focused much on, providing solutions to problems that are related to multilingualism. But in other countries, language policies that are existing are geared towards advancing, a specific language, because of their background, because of their histories. But in our case, in Africa, our goal is to promote multilingualism, to address, the colonial impacts. As you know, we have different languages that we speak in Africa, and it is very important that we allow different communities to also have, their languages recognized in different spheres of life. And one of the common concerns regarding the language policy in education is associated with the choice of medium of instruction, to say, which language do we now choose to ensure that it is a medium of instruction, but also to bring to our minds that the language that is used as a medium of instruction determines the language that will be learned, and also the language through which education will be delivered in the institutions. And in different countries, as it is also in our case, and also as Africa, the continent, and also our South African landscape, is that most curriculums were advocating for the nature of the curriculums is that students should learn a certain language and also learn through that language. And in our case, that is English language. But also we come to realize that, after the apartheid era, the government made a commitment to ensure that multilingualism thrives in our country and also within the education space. The constitution of the country also, advocates that we should keep our African languages alive. And this is also, emphasized by the recognition of these languages. We have our 11 official languages, and most of them are African indigenous languages that people speak here. And the government has ensured that, these languages are taught in schools. And as it is now, is that, it is now possible that students also learn through these languages. And that also, takes us or bring us to the context in which we are in, where we speak of the language policy in higher education, that, its existence would then make a huge impact in ensuring that our constitution is kept alive in terms of implementation. The language policy that we're speaking about, was designed to promote multilingualism, as I've indicated. And this was to ensure that our African indigenous languages are developed to an extent that they provide service to the people who identify themselves with or who speaks them, and also ensure that English and Afrikaans are not barriers for students to access education and also to succeed in their education, as my colleague has indicated in the morning. And because of that, the language policy then allows for the encouragement of African indigenous languages in terms of their adoption and also their advancement. So this study is also motivated by the fact that we have different languages in South Africa and tongues, but when you look into our diversity in terms of languages, you realize that these languages have not always been working together. And one could, go back to the apartheid time, where the policies that were active at that time were promoting or only recognized Afrikaans and English as official languages. And through that, African indigenous people and their languages were marginalized. And during apartheid, the diversity in terms of our language was not recognized and was just used as an instrument to divide, to control and exploit, African indigenous people. And this can be associated with that, it has influenced the choice in which the choices in which students take to choose institutions of higher education where they will attain their education or where they go to learn. And institutions that historically disadvantaged could not do much in terms of attracting students based on the stripping off of their cultures and them abandoning their cultures and languages. So that also translated in the choices of life, choices that they make, and also wanting to be associated with what is deemed or what was deemed to be acceptable at that time, which was to be fluent in Afrikaans and in English. But currently we were living in an era that the choice of institutions of higher learning is no longer dependent on the recognition of language, but on what the institutions have to offer. And in this regard, we see that there's an awareness on the need to recognize indigenous languages, not just as spoken languages, but also as a source of identity for people and also for institutions that are found in different areas. And this study is grounded on the following objectives. The objective number 1 is to determine the impact of apartheid on the brand of rural-based universities. Then second objective is to evaluate the position of the University of Venda in adopting and implementing the language policy. And the last objective, which is the third one, looks into determining the possible influence of the language policy implementation on the marketability of the University of Venda. And data was collected through qualitative research design, and interviews were conducted with students. And we still hope to engage more with management and also lecturers in terms of the impact that our language policy could have in terms of influencing the brand and ensuring that the university is marketable. And what you see there is also influenced by some of the presentations that were given yesterday and in the morning, where colleagues were also presenting in Isizulu. This is the only part that I also indicate that I wrote into Venda, because I felt like information was coming out very strongly from the students when we were collecting data. And it was ideal for us to present it as it is, but hope I will also, translate it to English. The first point there is coming from the first objective. Allow me to read what is written, and then I will interpret and translate the meanings to you, so that we all benefit. The impact of apartheid on universities and their brand. There's a mistake there. It should have been rural-based universities. And the participants indicated that chipinga cha mubuso wa chitarura magudezi abupo amayani oba asajiru ntha, which is magudezi achikuwa. Nga echi chipinga watu bapano Afrika chipembe utangulwa mbele yabo, nawo nendimi dzavo zohedziwa uchitelwa kubverera ruambo rwa Chiisimane. Luisimane na Chiburu dzova nyambo dze vatu vamba dzone, ngeno dzavo nyambo vasachamba ngadzo. Izvi zvohurera zvayana kazviimiswa zvapfunzo zvaita uri huve na kuketululwa hanyambo dzashu. Musi magudezi abupo amayani achiketululwa na zvishumiswa zvine zvatodea azongonekedzwa ndapfanelo. Izvi zvaita uri vatu vane vajiera pasi ubvo havo, izvi zvaita uri vatu vajiere pasi ubvo havo, vadove hapo vajiere pasi namagudezi avo. Machudeni vojenawo unive vova vachishaya, vadova vajiwa savatu vasongotarikwawo ngavo vevafunziwa kamagudezi amubuso wachitarura. Colleagues, this is in summary is to indicate that during the apartheid era, institutions of higher learning that are based in rural areas were not given much attention. And because of this, also the resources that they had to receive from the government were limited. And based on the information that was also provided in the problem or in the motivation of the study, the lack of resources and the way in which culture has been stripped off of their people has now influenced how people see themselves and institutions of higher learnings that were around them. And for Univen, people who registered at Univen or who were enrolling at Univen would be people who were poor because they couldn't afford the apartheid-based institutions of higher learning. And those who could afford to attend those universities then viewed the ones who were at Univen as people who were not wise enough to attend at institutions of higher learning that are proper. And this reminds me to something that our students joke. I've met a lot of students joking around, saying, when you complete whatever you're doing at university, go to a proper university. And this now speaks on the impact that one could associate apartheid with, in terms of how it affected the brands of the university through stripping of the culture. And you know, most students who come to university because of that would be students who could not be accepted in other universities, or those who are failing in other universities, then they would come back to university. And also, you know, as I've indicated that in our meetings, we have indicated that university has not done much in terms of marketing itself. And because of this, there would be a need for experts to come and, you know, ensure that they allow the university to be more attractive to the outside community. But also, what we gathered when we were collecting data is also that, you know, some of these issues are not more or are not solely dependent on the strategic matters, but they are aftershocks of the marginalization and you know, the looking down upon of indigenous people and their languages. And these require people to start unlearning, to start relearning, and to start learning, because there's a lot of things that we have to unlearn as African people. A lot of things that we need to relearn and also learn as time goes on. And the other objective looked into, you know, the position of the university in this case, or at this time. And so far, you know, the policy is not much known among the students. During our engagements with students, we had to introduce the whole concept to the students on what the language policy is about. And they are aware of what is happening. They are aware of the discussions that are happening, but they are not aware if there is a policy that regulates that or that allows that. And as at this point, we also looked for the university policy. And it was unfortunate that before today we couldn't get it, because we would have loved to also look into it and address maybe other issues based on what the policy says. But even though that is the case, we believe that this is an important aspect that needs to be given attention. And obviously that it will do away with the negative attitudes that people have, or that students have towards African indigenous languages, and also address, you know, the lack of knowledge about our indigenous languages. But also that comes with challenges, you know, that, you know, an approach, as my colleague has indicated, how do we approach the implementation or the adoption of a language policy in our case or in our institution as the University of Venda? And that will be addressed when I go through this slide. That although we speak of apartheid, we speak of marginalization, discarding of indigenous languages, we are living in a current, in a world that allows us now to speak or to engage ourselves or to act towards decolonization. You know, we speak of the African Renaissance and multilingualism. And this means that we need to use our indigenous languages as instruments of change in our societies. And it is good that people are now realizing that they have lost their cultures and their indigenous languages, which are supposed to be the center for everything that they do or for their day-to-day activities. And therefore, there's a need to recognize them, and not only as people, but as institutions, so that institutions of higher learning recognize languages for them to influence the communities around them. So there's a need for the University of Venda to market indigenous languages and make it fashionable for people to express themselves in their languages. And this will ensure that the language policy is implemented for people who are proud of it, or for people who are proud of their languages. Imagine implementing things that people do not want to associate themselves with. And there's a need for the university to market and make it a fashion or a good thing to speak in indigenous languages. So one of the issues that is also reflected in the policy of the country is that this university should choose a language that is dominant or that is of their choice within the region. And this speaks to the challenge that I indicated in the previous slide, that the University of Venda currently offers 5 modules as 5 indigenous languages as modules. Isiswati, Ndebele, Sepedi, Venda, and Chitsonga. These are the languages that are currently taught at the University of Venda. So this will allow, or this will require, a better strategy to implement the policy, because we expect, or some of the possible, challenges that will come would be that, which language do you now start with? Do you start with Venda because this is the University of Venda, which is founded in Venda? Do we start with it? I mean, looking at what the policy says. But remember, as my colleague indicated in the morning, that we as much as the University of Venda is dominated by Venda-speaking people, in our region, we also live with very speaking people and obviously the Watsonga communities. And the yesterday events of tribalism activities that were taking place would or possibly rise because of this. So there's a need for a better strategy that would then accommodate everyone, or that would allow the university to function in its best abilities. Also, that students or a lot of people are not much aware of the policy. So there will be a need to educate students, to educate our communities about the language policy. And also to ensure that this policy will not only be for the good academic performance and attaining skills, but also that it should be an instrument that the university use to market itself. So some of the students were asking, who will we attract if we are only using Chivenda? And we came to a realization together with the students that we engaged with, that some of the people will not only be attracted by the language, but also the diversity in the languages that are within the university. Some people are not just coming for the languages, but to find themselves in a space where there is diversity. And our preliminary conclusion, states that, obviously, as I indicated, that it is important for the university to find better strategies to implement the policy or the language policy based on its strength, and also that we realize that there's a dire need for awareness, for activism, and that the university will also need to partner or to make partnerships with relevant institutions, looking also into the fact that institutions such as UKZN and other institutions are already far with the language policy, and they would be a better source of knowledge and guidance for our university. Thank you so much, colleagues. This brings us to the end of the presentation.
Prof. Longa, can you take over?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is it Dr. Budeli or Mr. Budeli? Andani?
Mr. Budeli.
Mr. Budeli. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think it is really refreshing, and I really like the fact that you are using Tuvenda, the language that the students use in terms of responding to your questions for your research. And you found that like the information that like they were sharing was so much important, and like they expressed themselves well when they did that in their language, which is Tuvenda. So I think that is wonderful, and we really encourage this. And other than like our book that we will be writing as an outcome of this colloquium, I will encourage you guys and the other colleagues there in Univen to also capitalize on using Sajal also in publishing specifically in Tuvenda. So you can submit fully fledged articles in Tuvenda and submit a summary of about 1,000 words or so in English, just to summarize what the article is about. So that is what we are actually encouraging, because the challenge has been, and it continues to be, we don't have resources available in our African languages. Now that like we can get this information, we can communicate it in our languages. Now let us try and publish these now in our academic journals, these findings in the languages, and then we will have resources in this way. So I see Dr. Ngidi is now back on. Dr. Ngidi, I'll hand back over to you if your mic is now fine. Thank you so much. Apologies in this regard, Mr. Bodele. Mpumelelo, are you fine now?
I think he's still having
He's still having issues, he says, with his sound.
Okay.
He can see, but no sound.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Colleagues, we expect you to write your questions under the Q&A so that like we're able to pick up on them. But like if from the panelists, if there are questions, please raise your hand. There is a hand somewhere, but like I don't know where. I think if you are not the panelist, you won't be able to see a hand. But if you could maybe write your question in the Q&A, please quickly write your question in the Q&A, and then we will attend to your question. We'll really appreciate. So we are here and I need to assist. As UKZN, we are already collaborating with various institutions, and we also serve in the various boards. So we are really happy. When you need us, just indicate, and then we will come and assist your institution in terms of any language policy related issue. And if there is a need for the establishment of the unit, because like as you have mentioned that like you currently offer about 5 languages, usually what has been a challenge in many universities is that the Department of African Languages is expected to promote the language policy of the institution, whereas that is not the task of that department. That department has the responsibility to promote the discipline. It's just that like they are or they are teaching, or they're teaching those specific disciplines, which is the African languages. So there is a need to have an office that will be solely dedicated to the promotion of the language policy of the university. And that office needs to have a mandate and also responsibility to the whole university, and maybe reporting to the Vice Chancellor if possible, so that like it has that authority, and when things are supposed to be done, you know, those things will be done. But like if you make the African Languages Department, you make it to drive, they can contribute. They will be the great contributors, but like working with the office that will be set up to work on promoting the language policy of the institution. I don't see the Q&A. I think maybe at this stage, if nobody wants to comment, maybe I'll hand back to you and your colleagues, maybe just to have the final words, and then we'll continue with the next presenter.
All right, thank you so much. My colleagues are not here. Our advocate is busy with administrative activities. But for me, it's just an expression of gratitude. I was talking with my colleague, Ms. Mafera, that these are the opportunities that we need to share knowledge and to grow, but not only passively so, but also contributing to what is happening within our spaces and also in our communities. So I'm very glad that I'm part of this colloquium. I've been quiet since yesterday, but attending, and trust me, I have a huge notebook that I have here that I was writing all the things that were presented. So for us, it is a very good opportunity to be part of this colloquium. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to you and your team, and we're looking forward to receiving your article. When it is complete, we will be sending out the call to the presenters and also to other people who have attended the colloquium. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us now to continue with our program, and I would now like to invite Dr. Tebogo Rakgokgo to give his presentation. And the title of the presentation is A Thorough Language Policy Implementation at the University of Technology in Pretoria. Dr. Rakgokgo, over to you now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good day, everyone. Chair, can I share my presentation?
Yes, please. You can share your screen now.
Okay. Is it fine, Chair?
Just waiting for it. Yes, it is there. You can go ahead now.
Okay. Good day, everyone. My name is Tebogo Rakgokgo. I'm based in Pretoria. I'm working at TUT, Tshwane University of Technology. The title of my presentation says A Thorough Language Policy Implementation at the University of Technology in Gauteng. It is quite questionable when it says a thorough. What is the meaning of thorough? The reason for that, before I go to the actual presentation, is that in Gauteng province, the dynamics are quite complex. Like a practical example, if you go to the language policy framework for public higher education institutions, it talks about regional languages that should be adopted at the university level so that they can be used as languages of teaching and learning and also research. But the dilemma in Gauteng is that the regional languages that we have are not necessarily the dominant languages in the universities. A practical example, if you go to the University of Venda, the language that is dominating in the university is also a regional language. You go to the University of Limpopo, same story. You go to UKZN DUT, same story. The language, the dominating language, the dominant language is also the regional language. So it is quite easier for the policy developers to adopt that particular language. And I think if you go to Fort Hare, Xhosa is also dominating in the university, and it is also a regional language. But in the case of Gauteng, as I said, colleagues, the dynamics are quite complex. You go to Vaal University of Technology, University of Johannesburg, UP, UNISA, and TUT, you find out that the dominant language in these universities is not the regional language. So the dilemma is, once you adopt the regional language, students are going to strike. Not only students and staff are going to strike and say they've adopted a regional language, but that particular regional language is not even the dominant language in the university. So as TUT, we had to come up with the best policy, especially in the context of Gauteng. Okay, Chair, through you, let me proceed with my presentation. There's something wrong here. What's going on? Okay, these are the key terms that I'm going to use in my presentation: African languages, academic language, access, inclusivity, language of teaching and learning, language of scholarship, and also language of communication. So let me give you, colleagues, a brief background of the policy that we had in 2005. So the TUT language policy recognized only 2 South African indigenous languages, which is Setswana and Siswati. And the owner of this policy was actually the registrar. But when we were given an opportunity to review the policy, we interrogated the qualitative reasons or the contributing factors to this decision. So only to find out that in 2005, they had to go with Setswana and Siswati because Setswana is a regional language in Pretoria-based campuses. And Siswati is not a regional language in eMalahleni, right? But there are 2 languages, isiNdebele and isiSwati. So when they compared the development of Siswati and isiNdebele, the feeling of the committee was that isiNdebele is quite developed than Siswati, so they opted to go with Siswati. So now, speaking of eMalahleni campus, it is important for me to mention that at TUT we've got plus minus 65,000 students with 6 campuses: Polokwane campus, Mbombela, eMalahleni, Pretoria, Ga-Rankuwa, and Soshanguve campus. So in the review process, in order for us to come up with a transparent and inclusive policy, we had to make sure that we involve all the relevant stakeholders internally. So from the task team, we had the DVC teaching and learning. We also had the senior director from the Office of the Vice Chancellor, who happened to be the transformation officer at TUT. And the justification was that this policy, the language policy, it sounds very much transformational. So there was no way in which we can review the policy, and we decide to exclude the transformation officer at the university level. We also had a senior director for heads, and 2 executive deans were also invited to come and form part and parcel of the task team, 1 from humanities and 1 from arts. So I know that in other universities, humanities and arts are considered one and the same thing, but at TUT are treated as 2 different faculties. The chairperson of the institutional forum, as one of the governance structures that deals with transformation issues, was also invited to form part and parcel of the task team. The director for transformation, employment equity, and Diversity, and also Director for Corporate Affairs and Marketing. We had Director and Deputy Director for Quality Promotion, the University Advocate, and the academic staff from Humanities and Arts, faculties, union representatives, and also student representatives. But when it comes to student representatives, only 2 from each campus were invited. So we opted to go with the president and also the secretary. So this task team, colleagues, we decided to come up with the working groups. So we had 4 working groups. The first working group focused on the role of languages, focused on languages of teaching and learning. The second one focused on languages of communication. And the third one focused on the promotion of other South African indigenous languages that are not necessarily selected for teaching and learning. The fourth one focused on the role of higher education in preparing sufficient language teachers, interpreters, translators, and other language practitioners in order to serve the needs of a diverse South African multilingual society. So these 4 working groups encapsulate the language policy framework, because it talks about 4 things. It talks about language of teaching and learning, research, communication, and etc. So in the process of reviewing our policy, we felt like it is also important to learn from other universities. So 5 speakers were invited. We had 1 speaker from Nelson Mandela University, Dr. Toko. We had Mr. Blau from Northwest University, Mr. Tamaha from Vaal University of Technology. We had Professor Moropa from UNISA and Professor Madiba from Stellenbosch University. So immediately after these keynote speakers, we managed to come up with the draft 1 of the policy. So the draft 1 of the policy was discussed at academic leadership program meetings for constructive criticism. It was also circulated and discussed at all the faculties ESCO. And then, since we have 6 different campuses, it was also discussed at campus management committees and also at executive management committee. All these structures, all these committees, the policy was circulated there, and each and every committee was given an instruction to provide some sort of constructive criticism so that we can come up with the best policy. And then, so immediately after that, the task team decided to go with, to appoint the critical readers who can critique the draft 1 of the policy. We had Professor Madiba from Stellenbosch and Professor Maseko from, Professor Pamela Maseko from from Nelson Mandela University. So Professor Madiba and Maseko, their intention was to critique this policy from a linguistic point of view. We had Professor Mcebisi Ntlejana, who is also a political analyst from the University of Johannesburg, who focused on a policy implementation point of view. We had Dr. Mnaring. Dr. Mnaring used to be the CEO of PENSALB, and at some stage, he was the head of language unit at UJ. We also had an opportunity to get Professor Andre Keat, DVC for Transformation and Social Justice at Nelson Mandela University. The reason for Professor Keat, we felt like the purpose of the policy of this framework is to transform and decolonize South African higher education sector. So we also needed to get a clear perspective from someone who's working at the level of DVC. And then after the comments from the critical readers, we met as a task team, and then to finalize the amendments. So we are practically done with everything. So the policy is now going to governance structures, which is the Institutional Forum and the Council of the University in March, April, before we can start with the actual implementation. But it is important to mention that certain things that are covered in the policy are already implemented at the university level. When it comes to the enrollment, colleagues, can you see my slides?
Yes, you can go ahead. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I've already indicated the issue of enrollment to say we have got plus minus 65,000 students. And if I'm not mistaken, we are the largest residential university in the country. So from the 65,000 students, we also have the two dominating languages from all the campuses. And the first one is Sepedi, which is also known as Northern Sotho. And we also have Isizulu that is dominating, particularly in Soshanguve and Pretoria campus. And when you go to Soshanguve campus has got plus minus 18,500 students. It is like a university on its own. So it's one of the campuses where Isizulu is dominating. So now let's go to the issue of dominant versus regional languages. If you can remember, colleagues, I've indicated that the policy framework says that it is advisable for the universities to go with the regional languages because if you go with the majority, the student profiles will always change. If you say we go with Isizulu because Isizulu is dominating today, come next year Siswati is dominating. But the regional languages will always be there because universities do not move. So it was quite difficult for the task team in order to manage the perceptions on the ground when we decided to go with the regional languages. So I've already indicated that we have got 6 campuses. We have got Pretoria-based campuses where there's Arcadia Arts and Pretoria, there's Soshanguve, Garangua, Polokwane, Emalahleni, and Mbombela. So from all the 6 campuses, the dynamics are quite complex and they are not the same. A practical example, in Soshanguve campus, Isizulu is dominating. When you go to Polokwane campus, Sepedi is dominating. When you go to Emalahleni campus, Xitsonga and Chivenda are quite dominating. So when you combine both of them, are actually dominating. So the current policy that is about to be finalized adopted Setswana, Siswati, and Sepedi as the TUT official languages. And the justification is that Setswana is the regional language for Pretoria-based campuses. Siswati, I've already explained that it is spoken in Mpumalanga. But then remember, in Mpumalanga, we also have Isindebele. But when we compared the development of 2 languages, we felt like Isindebele is more developed than Siswati. So we opted to go with Siswati. And Sepedi is a regional language in Polokwane. And we also have a campus in Polokwane. I did indicate that the 2005 policy was owned by the registrar, but the current policy that is about to be finalized is now owned by the DVC teaching and learning. So as TUT, it can be claimed that we have done our best, because when you check the legislative framework, it says the university should select at least 2 South African indigenous languages that should be adopted as official languages in that particular university. So in the case of TUT, we adopted 3 South African indigenous languages. And the major qualitative variable, I've already indicated that we opted to go with the regional languages than to consider the dominant languages. So as part of transforming and decolonizing the university, it was agreed that all the TUT official languages, meaning Seswati, Sepedi, and Setswana, should be used for signage, naming, and renaming the university buildings. Sorry. So in the case of Pretoria campus, Setswana will be used. For Mpumalanga-based campuses, Seswati will be used, and for Polokwane campus, Sepedi will be used. And it was also indicated that because transformation should be visible, we can't keep on saying preaching transformation, but people from a distance do not necessarily see a transformed university. So it was indicated that on the issue of signage, we're not going to compromise. All these languages should be used so that people from a distance should be able to see that the university is on the right track when it comes to transformation agenda. So we also have a decentralization plan. So decentralization plan, I did indicate that we have got 6 campuses. So the idea is that each and every campus should have a campus rector, so that certain administrative decisions can be taken at the campus level, right? So now all the executive management committees from the 6 campuses will also be given an opportunity to come up with their own official languages, taking into consideration the student and staff profiles in that particular campus. So meaning that, let me give you example, Soshanguve campus. Already we have Setswana, Sepedi, and Seswati as the TUT official languages. So meaning that the CMC at Soshanguve will also be given an opportunity to come up with their own official languages. So should they decide to go with maybe Chivenda, Isizulu, and Xhosa, it is fine. And they should be able to come up with some sort of a separate implementation plan when it comes to their selected 3 official languages on top of the mentioned 3 TUT official languages. So when it comes to languages of teaching and learning, I think TUT is the only South African residential university that is offering 6 of the South African indigenous languages. And these languages are offered as applied and also as conversational modules. So we've got Setswana, Sepedi, Isizulu, Xitsonga, Chivenda, Afrikaans, and Afrikaans. So in addition to these 6 languages, we also offer South African Sign Language and French as conversational modules. And these languages are offered in the Department of Applied Languages, in the School of Education, Department of Journalism, and also in the Department of Integrated Communication. So meaning that from the 4 academic departments that I mentioned, if you are a Zulu speaking student, you'll have Isizulu as your applied language, and you'll be expected to choose French, Xitsonga, Tshivenda, Setswana, or Sepedi as your conversational module. So at the end of 3 years, because in most cases, the academic programs is either 3 years or 4 years. So meaning that in 4 years' time, students from these academic departments will be able to converse using one of these languages as a conversational module. When it comes to research, the current policy expect postgrad students to translate their abstracts into their South African indigenous languages of their preference. So the policy allows you to literally translate your abstract into Afrikaans, even though your first language is Isizulu. The students are also allowed to conduct research in their South African indigenous languages. I did indicate that there are only 3 official languages: Setswana, Siswati, and Sepedi. But the policy is quite progressive, colleagues, because it gives everyone to write their dissertations and theses using any one of them South African indigenous language that is cited in the section 6.1 of the South African Constitution. In addition to that, but there's a clause in the policy to say you can only use that particular language if the supervisor confirmed that he or she will be able to supervise you in that language. And if the supervisor confirms that it is practically possible to get the external examiners who can examine that particular dissertation using that is written in Isizulu, Xhosa, Isindebele, or whatever South African indigenous language. So as part of the academic project, it was agreed that from 2022 academic year, then glossaries for the high risk modules should be translated into all the South African indigenous languages that are cited in the Constitution. So the translation, we're going to start by the glossaries, and we'll also translate the question papers of those high risk modules. If maybe, let's say in ICT, one of the high risk modules is programming, meaning that that particular question paper should be translated into all the South African indigenous languages, so that when students go to the examination room, they should have 2 question papers, the one in English and the one in Xhosa or Sepedi or Xitsonga, etc. But when they respond, they have to respond using the English language. And immediately after 2022 examination, some sort of success rate, some sort of survey will be done to determine if that particular translation served its purpose or not. So when it comes to teaching and learning, the policy dictates that translanguaging as a teaching pedagogy should be used. So, and in this case, all the academic staff are mandated to take a professional development programs aligned to the issue of translanguaging and other LOLD proficiencies. And then the feeling of the task team was that students should be given an opportunity to learn the content using their different languages. So we are in the process of collaborating with other South African universities. I've already indicated, and the purpose is to avoid the replication of what has been done by other universities. I've already indicated, colleagues, that in the case of TUT, Isizulu is dominating. A practical example, in the Department of Applied Languages, if, let's say for first year students, we accept 300 students, we'll say for Sepedi 50, Xitsonga 50, Chivenda 50, Setswana 50. But when it comes to Isizulu, we have to double the number. When it comes to Isizulu, we have to double the number because they are dominating. So for the fact that Isizulu has been developed, maybe obviously at UKZN and DUT, it is important for TUT to collaborate with universities like UKZN and DUT so that we can be able to assist our students accordingly. We are also in the process of collaborating with the University of Eswatini, especially when it comes to Siswati, and also the University of Mpumalanga. For in the case of Sepedi, the University of Pretoria and Northwest University for Setswana. If you read the policy framework, it says apart from 2 South African indigenous languages that should be adopted, it also says the universities should also come up with some sort of plans when it comes to the development of South African Sign Language, Khoi and Nama languages, right? So now the current policy recognizes the need to develop competencies and capacity in South African Sign Language consistent with the use of Official Languages Act of 2012. So at TUT, in addition to 6 South African indigenous languages that are offered as modules, we also offer South African Sign Language as a compulsory module to language practice students. And in the Department of Applied Languages, I think we've got plus minus 2,000 students who took language practice as a course. So this sign language is a compulsory module to all the third year students. It started last year. So last year we had about 320 students who completed. So meaning that all these students were given an opportunity to register sign language as a compulsory module. It was also agreed that from 2022, all the frontline officers, administrators, people from admission office should be encouraged to take South African Sign Language as a short learning program. It will also be used during graduations and other university events such as Academic Excellence Awards. I've already indicated that transformation should be visible. So obviously it is going to be a good thing for the external people to see that as TUT, we are also doing something when it comes to South African sign language, languages of communication. So it was agreed that the 3 TUT official languages, Setswana, Sepedi, and Siswati, will be used as languages of communication. However, other South African indigenous languages will also be used where conditions allow. We also have French that is offered as a conversational module, and in ICT and engineering faculties, we also have a reasonable number of African brothers and sisters from the African continent who speak French as their first language. So it would be interesting to see some of the communications being communicated using this language. So in the admission office, when students apply to study at TUT, obviously from your matric certificate, they'll be able to see that this person is a Zulu speaking person. So you're going to receive your feedback in your first language, not the English language. When it comes to human resources environment, all the official languages that are cited in the Constitution will be used to issue the following appointment letters and also employment contracts. And these languages will also be used to conduct job interviews for entry-level positions. A practical example, if the university is looking for a car washer, what's the point of interviewing that particular person using the English language? So the policy dictates that potential candidates should be given an opportunity to express themselves using their South African indigenous languages. The same applies to appointment letters and employment contracts. When it comes to university media platforms, interviews and newspaper articles, students will be allowed to use their, this one is quite controversial, but the task team took into consideration the fact that the issue of dialects and standard languages has been always politicized, especially in the South African context. So when you go to the Eastern Cape, you'll always hear people saying, I'm not Xhosa, I'm Hlubi, I'm Baka. To get my point, I'm not Pedi, I'm Lovedu, I'm not this, I'm Hlubi. So now, when it comes to newspaper articles, the policy give the students an opportunity to express themselves using their language varieties. I don't want to use the term dialect because I feel like it is just a colonial term. I'm practically done, Chair. So, and the justification of this was that there's a contradiction between Section 6.1 of the South African Constitution and also Section 7 of the Constitution. Section 6.1 talks about official languages, but Section 7.18 talks about freedom of association. So the idea of allowing students to express themselves using their language varieties was motivated by the mentioned contradiction, because the Constitution says you are Pedi, Isizulu, Xhosa, etc. But at the same time, it says you have got every right to associate yourself by your ethnic or tribal group. The university website will also be a taskbar will be added in order to encapsulate the frequently searched information. If people, let's say people, when they go to our website, they want to see the council members, meaning that that particular taskbar has to be available into all the South African indigenous languages. So we never had a language unit, but the council approved that a language unit should be established. But this language unit, it was advised that we should call it Indigenous Languages Research Center. The focus should not only be translation, editing, etc. So we should also include some elements of research, especially when it comes to the intellectualization of African languages. A Senate Committee for Language Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation will be established, and this subcommittee on Senate is going to be chaired by the DVC TLT. And this committee, in consultation with the Senate, will also co-opt relevant language experts from the academic departments. So the director for language unit will report directly to the committee. Thank you, Chair. I think I'm done with my presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your very informative presentation on the progress that has been done by TUT. I know that side, when you comes like in the provinces like Gauteng, there are too many languages there, so it was a complex issue to deal with. It's unlike here in KZN or in Eastern Cape, but your institution, as you have presented, have done well in trying to integrate and accommodate everyone, and also not only accommodating and saying that there are 3 official languages, and also accommodating other languages that are campus-based. So it's a good presentation, and then we hope for the best in the future as you are in the process of implementing this language policy. Colleagues and everyone here, we are running out of time. Please keep your presentation short. We will go to, if you can see the program. The program is that we skipped Dr. Monique Whitaker, so we'll go back to her for a presentation. I see the hand of Prof. Ojong.
Yes.
Yes, Prof.
Yes. Thank you so much, Doc. It's just a short one. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you so much. I'm very excited listening to you and looking at how you have infused the 3 languages into all the different curriculum. And the clever way in which you've arranged supervision and examination of places. But what and I'm asking this question because I think it's a question that we also asking ourselves as we are transforming our curriculum, and we're trying to push the agenda of using Isizulu as our medium of teaching and learning and research. How have you as an institution, I want to learn from you, how have you as an institution addressed the issue of appointing international examiners? Because you know that at the level of PhD supervision and examination, there is a requirement for an international examiner. How have you addressed the issue so that we can learn? We also challenged by that. Yes, we can source internal examiners, we can source examiners nationally. What about the international question as far as pushing the agenda of indigenous South African languages is concerned? How do we address that issue? Thank you so much.
Can I respond, Chair?
Okay, just shortly, briefly.
Okay, yeah, to answer that one, at TUT, we only appoint 2 external examiners, and these 2 external examiners, the policy does not dictate that one of them should come from one of the international universities. So in most cases, we use external examiners from the South African universities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. There will also be an opportunity for more questions after the interviews. Can we go now to presentation by Dr. Monique Whitaker? The title is Using Language Tutors to Enhance Teaching and Learning in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. The floor is yours, Dr. Whitaker. Thank you. Please unmute. You are muted, Doc.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Thank you very much. I would say thank you all for being here, and thanks very much to the previous speaker for a really interesting talk. I'm just going to share my screen with you. This presentation. Right. So this is about the school in which I teach. I'm discipline of philosophy in the School of Religion, Philosophy and Classics at UKZN, and I wanted to talk about our pilot project with language tutors. So in this is a trial project, and the goal of the language tutor project was to try to help address some of the very important difficulties that our students have in our courses, which are in English, due to some limited English language skills. And we appointed 2 tutors in the last semester of last year in Philosophy 120 and 220 modules. Both of those tutors had extensive language skills in English and Isizulu, and had done well as philosophy students, so they're familiar with the discipline. The main work was done in Philosophy 220, which was my module, with the tutor, Mr. Lindo Kuchles Shabane, and he worked throughout the semester and was able to get into the issues that came up in this in some depth. The other language tutor was appointed quite late in the semester, and so consequently didn't really go into have so much in-depth engagement with students. And there were some very interesting outcomes, which I think can suggest how the program could be made more effective and hopefully maybe relevant to other disciplines. The idea is for this to go beyond just philosophy and be extended to the rest of the school, and then hopefully to the university more widely. So the outline talk about the project aims, the outcomes, and recommendations. So in terms of the project aims, the goal was to provide support for students whose home language was Isizulu. That was Mr. Shabane's first language, although he's also very fluent in English. And this is particularly because in philosophy, for example, the language demands are very great, even of mother tongue English speakers, and because it requires a lot of precision with language, especially in essays, but other assignments. So this was aimed at addressing the difficulties that many students have in writing strong essays and assignments, because either they lack understanding of the material, because it's difficult for them to understand the English used in the texts or the lectures, or because they aren't able, I mean, it could be both, and or they aren't able to express their ideas clearly, particularly because of the difficulty writing in English. And the second thing is there may be some students who are able to understand well, but then are not able to convey that understanding and get credit for it because they aren't able to express it fully. The guidance that we gave the tutors was, the language tutors, was to engage with students and offer help to them in addressing these 2 issues. They were told that even though they had a good understanding of philosophy, as language tutors, their role was specifically to help students with language difficulties, rather than to give them help with content questions. Because we had sort of ordinary class tutors there to assist with that already. Then, so that was the brief that the tutors were given and the plan we had starting out on the project. But there are a number of interesting outcomes that came from reviewing the project, from the tutors' own reports and from my reports as the lecturer involved. And one important finding from the trial project was that it wasn't really as possible as we thought to limit the language tutors to assisting just with language issues and not coursework needs. Because often, if not always, in fact, these are very deeply intertwined. Sort of conceptual understanding and language understanding are often unavoidably connected. And so it's actually very difficult to separate them. It's not simply a matter of explaining what a term means. Often that involves explaining the concept itself. And even students whose home language is English often need a lot of assistance with terminology, unfamiliar words, and also unfamiliar register of ways of writing and speaking that they haven't come across before. So, and this is particularly striking in philosophy, but I mean, I think it applies for all disciplines that have their own kind of approach to how things are written, what kind of terminology is used, how formal or informal they are. So even for home language English speakers, although it's already in their language, they need that additional help in order to understand it fully. And this is something that is important for all students, in fact. And so because of this, giving support with the course in Isizulu was an important part of these language tutors' work, rather than, it wasn't really as much sort of straightforward translation from English and into English as we sort of initially thought and expected. And realized we hadn't fully thought through the kind of issues that are raised and not occurred to us in developing the project, just how connected these things would be. And having said that, the language tutors did do some translation work, translating assignment guidelines and instructions, essay construction forms, and so other materials, translating those from written English into Isizulu to help students with their understanding, especially where there were sort of long and complicated instructions. And that was something that was sort of provided proactively, but also that students requested of the language tutors. Another very important thing that came out of this project was the conceptual challenges. And the depth of work that needed to be done by the language tutors was also greater than we anticipated. So by that, I mean, it extended past language and, as it said, into these conceptual issues that are connected with the culture within Isizulu speakers are situated. As been pointed out already, that there is Zulu speakers from a variety of different cultural backgrounds, but at least the majority of the Zulu speaking students that we teach. And what emerged from the project is there were instances in which concepts that were used in the course were difficult for some students to understand because they simply didn't make good sense within their conceptual frameworks. the terms were, say, understood differently, the concepts were understood differently. In, say, a general Zulu cultural background compared to my more English-speaking and cultural background. So as the lecturer, these things made perfect sense to me, obviously within my framework, but I had failed to realize where my framework and my students' understanding of the world didn't match fully. And the significance of it is that it affects my explanations to students of what concepts mean, and I discovered there are ways in which I'm not bridging that gap for students. Because I hope that my explanations were clear and helpful within my own cultural understanding, and including some elements of other cultures that I was aware of, but I'm still ignorant of a lot of Zulu culture and the sort of attendant conceptual frameworks. And that affects my ability to teach many of my students effectively. And I think a language tutor can play a very important role in this respect, can help to educate the lecturer. And certainly Mr. Shabani did that in important ways for me by explaining those disconnections and letting me address them in my course. So helping lecturers as well as students to see these mismatches and even know that they exist, and to then allow lecturers to give better explanations that help to bridge that divide for students and explain the concepts more as within a particular cultural framework, rather than as taking it as more neutral or just assuming a particular background. Another outcome of this was that, and I think particularly important one, is that it highlighted the need for lecturers to have language support, rather than this just being a problem for students in ways I've just mentioned. And one of the ways in which this came out is an example that came out from Mr. Shabani's report. So this was around the students' use of the term miss to address me, often in our WhatsApp group or in emails. They would refer to me as miss. And my understanding was the students were used to this term from school, using that term for their female teachers. But it came up in class discussion because we were looking at issues of gender. And I told them about how it's a problem. There's a lot of research has shown that many female academics are consistently not referred to as doctor or professor, and are referred to as Miss or Mrs. In contrast to their male counterparts. And there's also a racial dimension to this. The same happens for Black and other doctors compared to white people, also less likely to be given their title. And I also mentioned to them that the term miss, like the term Mrs., is one that indicates women's marital status, which of course men's title Mr. doesn't do, and that this is a problematic relic. It's part of patriarchal culture that women need to display their marital status so men know whether a woman belongs to another man already or whether he can try to marry her, essentially. But what emerged was very interesting and significant was that what I didn't understand until the language tutor, Mr. Shabani, told me was that the term miss, for many of my students, it wasn't just the ordinary way that they addressed their school teachers. For them, especially students from more rural areas, miss is actually synonymous with teacher. So it pointed out that miss means teacher for them, rather than being a way of addressing a teacher. So it's not so much a form of address as simply a synonym for teacher. And I think the term miss is still a problematic one in terms of the points that I've mentioned, but it was not problematic in quite the same way that I'd thought and in the way that I'd addressed this with the students. So our respective understandings of the term were importantly different. And my lack of knowledge about this made my points not fully relevant to, didn't fully connect with their usage of the term. And so affected, I showed their understanding of what I was trying to say, because I hadn't fully appreciated the ways in which, again, there was that mismatch in our understanding of the terms. So both an issue that in conceptual framework that these ideas were situated in, and then also in the actual meaning of the terms that we're using. And a final outcome that arose was the need for decolonization of academia. And this is something that is important to both myself and Mr. Shabani, but we somehow both not really thought about it at the beginning of the project. And what became clear was that this was really significant because there was a great difficulty in even being able to provide language assistance to students, to start with. What came out was that students were avoiding contacting the language tutors, even though they did need their services. I mean, it was clear from many students' work that they're having difficulties in expressing themselves. And in the medium of teaching and learning English. And of course, I think anyone who's done teaching and has had tutors in the courses know that tutors, ordinary course tutors, also have problems getting students to come forward with questions. And just in lectures, if you ask questions, often just look at everyone. No one comes forward, no one wants to ask questions, but this seemed more severe in the case of the language tutors. People, students who would open up with tutors in WhatsApp groups were really just not responding, the language tutors. And something that Mr. Shabani highlighted in his report was when students did get in touch with him, they tended to preface their messages with, when they're contacting him, with explanations and assurances that their English was fine and they didn't need any help with English. They didn't need language assistance, their English is very good, but they just had this query. And sometimes it sort of contradicted what the actual query was about, and it was really a language query, but it was clearly very important to them to try to disavow their query as being a query about English. And what came out very strongly was that students were making a very strong connection between intelligence and academic ability and proficiency in English. And in many cases, they sort of saw those as the same thing. If your English is fluent, then you are well educated, then you're intelligent. And if it's not, then you aren't, or at the very least, you're not seen to be bright or capable. And when this came up, and once we became aware of this, Mr. Shibane opened a discussion with his students on this issue and the role of language in decolonizing academia. And it was quickly obvious that this was really important, that actually confronting this issue was made a big difference, because he'd raised various issues and tried to, I'd made a WhatsApp group for language tutor, and a number of students had joined, and he tried to sort of get them talking, and there'd be one or two vague responses. But when he brought this up, suddenly there were a flood of responses, and students were very engaged. More students were engaged than they had before, and they were far more concerned with and interested in this topic. And after that, there was a significant increase in the number of students who were asking for his assistance. This, in a way, I think it helped to start destigmatizing this. So some recommendations that have come out of this, and which I think could be helpful, more broadly for teaching and learning at an institution like UKZN, where the language of teaching and learning is largely not a mother tongue language for the vast majority of our students. I think that all the issues that came up are ones that can be addressed, even if not easily. For start, I think the scope of language tutors' work has to be reworked and rethought to match what's actually possible, what's needed by students. And part of the work should certainly include engaging with lecturers for them to address deficits in their linguistic and cultural understanding, because clearly that's very significant in really being an effective teacher. And I think extending this support to lecturers is also crucial to this project of decolonizing language use in academia, because it was made clear by this trial that the lack of that was a real barrier to student success and effective teaching. And I know for me, and I think many of my colleagues, that the concerns with decolonization and language use are things we talk about a lot, things we're very concerned with, but I realize that we don't generally directly address with students. And I know for my part, I think it's something that because it's so much part of the kinds of conversations that I'm having regularly, I forget that this is not a general part of the general conversation in public, and not necessarily something that our students have been exposed to or thought about. And I think that clearly needs to be made explicit with students, and also to get their input on it. And I think this could be addressed in two ways, not necessarily exhaustive list, but firstly, as I said, there needs to be much more open discussion about these issues to make students aware of it. And it was clear from, at least from just the discussion that Mr. Shibane had with his students, that once this was raised, a lot of students had a lot to say about it. And it was obviously a very important issue to them that they identified. And some students had thought about it and had already had views about it, but there were other students who I don't think had realized before that that was how they thought, hadn't realized that they had this mindset, which was that English sort of essentially equals intelligence. And I think making that clear is, helps students to start to let go of this judgment of their own abilities. And again, something I've done independently of this project, and I've long tried to do with my students, but I need to do more systematically, is try to point out to them that although they generally think of themselves, and I think many other people think of them as sort of linguistically deficient because they don't have excellent English necessarily, as I tried to point out to them that they actually have tremendous linguistic skills compared to many people, compared to many of their lecturers, and compared to me. That, for instance, like back when we actually saw our students, they would get into small groups to discuss work, and they would often, if the group was, all of the groups were Zulu speakers, they would often discuss it in Isizulu. So they would take a question or problem that had been given to them in English, in a lecture where things were explained in English, they would discuss it in Isizulu and then translate their answer back to give feedback. I mean, all of which are very demanding and highly skilled linguistic activities. And this is something I've always tried to highlight to my students, but I think it could be more effective done within this broader conversation about decolonization of language in academia. Sorry, Prof. Ngidi, you raised a hand.
No, I was indicating that you have a small amount of time left.
Oh, okay, thanks. I'm almost done. All right. And I think that, importantly, the role of English in academia needs to be made clear to be a functional one. It's a result of, it's useful because of our colonial history, so it's widely spread in South Africa and the world. And this is a result of essentially a historical accident, so that we can reject this normative status that it has. It's useful because of the history, but it's not the right language or the language of intelligence. And secondly, I think the project needs to be reframed from one that is primarily concerned with helping students and cast them as implicitly defective, to one that's aimed at connecting students and lecturers to better understand each other and how to learn and teach more effectively. So I think the project would benefit from acknowledging how much it's assisting lecturers as well as students. Academic staff have requested, in the school, have requested a workshop to engage with and learn from the language tutors, and so improve our teaching. And importantly, well, I'll discuss that in the last slide. What also came up from when the school's teaching and learning committee, when discussed this feedback, was a strong caution to avoid simply replacing one form of linguistic imperialism with another. So challenging English's hegemony is obviously very important, but it was argued this shouldn't be done by simply trying to replace it with Isizulu as a dominant and sort of language to exclusion of all others, indigenous languages. And they pointed out a tension between how UKZN's language policy is practically applied with the university's stated goal of being the premier university of African scholarship. And that focusing purely on developing Isizulu risks reducing this continent-wide aim to simply a national one or even a purely provincial one. And since many of our students are first language Isizulu speakers, but we also have a number of students who aren't, And the School of Religion, Philosophy and Classics will be holding a workshop during the upcoming midterm break. We're actually going to be having 2 days of workshops. So the first is envisioned to discuss this implementation of UKZN's language policy and the needs of our many Isizulu mother tongue speakers, and how that relates, though, to the university's aim of being a leading institution of African research. And the needs of students with other linguistic backgrounds. And finally, in the second day, we'll be looking at more concrete and practical ways in light of the first day's workshop, in which lecturers can address our own linguistic shortcomings and what practical ways we can support students and work on decolonizing language in our classrooms. And the final thing I want to say is, importantly, the students engaging as the language tutors and other interested students will be paid for their time for engaging. Because I think it's extremely important not to get students and those who are already most burdened to do sort of free work in helping those with more money and less understanding to do free work to assist them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation, Dr. Whittaker. And it shows that the language policy that has been implemented by UKZN is not only on paper, but it's also, there are trials which are done within the schools and within the colleges to enforce it. And also, you are mentioning more of a tutor that is not only the lecturers, but also the tutors as members of the teaching team can also play a role in the language implementation or the language policy that is enforced by UKZN, and also the challenges that you have stated or discussed. They are very common in other it is a university-wide problem. This will need, as you suggest, the seminars or meetings on how they could be tackled. As the mission is to assist the students. Okay, thank you very much for that insightful and very educational presentation. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, will be a case of a student and supervisor here in the School of Social Sciences. We have Ms. Samgelisiwe Madondo and Dr. Desire Manikom. The title of the presentation is called "The Implementation of Tertiary Education Language Policy, a case study of the language policy of the University of KwaZulu-Natal." Ms. Madondo and Dr. Manikom, the floor is all yours. Thank you very much. Please keep short, 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ngidi.
Afternoon. You can proceed.
Greetings, everyone, and to my supervisor, Dr. Manikom, who's also part of this webinar. My name is Samgelisiwe Madondo, a policy and development student, master's candidate. The title of my research paper is "The Implementation of Tertiary Education Language Policy, a case study of the language policy of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Pietermaritzburg campus." Can you see my screen?
Yes, but can you put your slides into slide mode?
Okay, wait.
That icon there.
Slideshow.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. The outline of my presentation, I'll just touch base on the background and introduction, the policy and legislative framework that is guiding this paper, the research questions and objectives, the research design, and my preliminary findings and the conclusion. Just to state that I collected my data in 2019, so there are some things that might have changed from the time I collected my data up until today. So the introduction and the background, the University of KwaZulu-Natal aims to develop Isizulu, giving students access to the language of research through teaching and learning, and also giving Isizulu the status of equal status of English, because we know that past African languages were marginalized. So the importance of implementing such a policy is to recognize all the official languages and also to develop an awareness for multilingualism, because in universities there are different kind of students from different backgrounds, ethnic groups, cultures. So just to speak English and not touch on the indigenous aspect of it, the university aims to, in terms of implementing the language policy, also deal with those types of barriers. The policy will also provide adequate facilities that will enable Isizulu as a language of teaching and learning. The policy and legislative frameworks that are guiding this research, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which is the first one, where it is the guide in section 29 to state that all official languages deserve equal status. Higher Education Act, the language policy for higher education, National Language Policy Framework of 2003, the Pan-South Africa Language Board Act number 59 of 1995, the Use of Official Languages Act 2012, the University of KwaZulu-Natal's Transformation Charter, which touches on the languages having an equal status, and for African languages to be presented through academic languages. The language policy of the UKZN. The research questions are, what are the UKZN students' understanding of multilingualism and its place in higher education? So it's important to find out, what do the students at UKZN Pietermaritzburg campus understand in terms of multilingualism? Because if you adopt or implement a policy, a language policy, you can't run away from your bilingualism, your multilingualism. So it's a vital aspect for students to understand what multilingualism is. What are the experiences of UKZN students of the implementation of a language policy? As implementers, we need to also check what the experiences of the people who are actually taking this policy, who is being implemented on them. So what are the experiences of the UKZN students of the implementation of the policy? The university can have a policy, but the students who have to now take this language, Isizulu in. If I speak of Isizulu in, it's Isizulu non-mother tongue. So what are the experiences of those students? What are the processes, systems, mechanisms, structures that have been used by the University of KwaZulu-Natal to implement the language policy? And what are the experiences of the UKZN staff in implementing the language policy? The staff, tutors, lecturers, they are the ones who are implementing this policy. Research objectives: to explore the students' understanding of multilingualism and its place in higher education, to understand the experiences and perceptions of students based on the implementation of the UKZN language policy, to identify the process, systems, mechanisms, and structures used by the University of KwaZulu-Natal to implement their language policy, and to understand the experience of staff on the implementation of the language policy. The research design, the methodology that was used was a qualitative research study, which used both primary and secondary data. The study used non-probability sampling, and purposive sampling was used to select participants. Not all first-year students were selected. A selection was done from students who are first years who are social science students, because we know we've got your agric, your engineering, your science, but we took social science first years. So that was the sample. The sample consisted of 25 participants in total, 15 students, 3 lecturers, 5 tutors, the director and the dean. The purpose of interviewing the first year social science undergraduate students was that they were currently taking Isizulu modules for the duration. So it's the Isizulu non-mother tongue students. The director of the language board was interviewed as an implementing manager of the language policy at the UKZN. The head of the Isizulu language department at UKZN, because they are the implementing department, tutors as implementers and staff, students as beneficiaries of the policy. So the students are the beneficiaries, the tutors and the staff are the ones implementing this policy on the students. The key question were investigated through the use of focus groups. So we had 3 focus groups, so there were 15 students. So each focus group consisted of 5 students. The study also used documents, journal articles, newspaper articles, books to gather more information. Data will be analyzed using thematic analysis based on the research questions to present and analyze the findings. The preliminary findings, I am still currently analyzing data, so it has not been finalized yet. But I just wanted to touch on what I thought was the most important aspects in my findings. Tutors' understanding of UKZN language policy. One tutor mentioned that, yes, I do know the policy is about the use of Isizulu within the university, as there was a call for all universities to each have a language policy. Another said the policy is about adhering to what the minister said, having each university implement a language policy. The response of one tutor in this regard was also as follows. In the UKZN, the policy states that it aims to develop Isizulu because the language was disadvantaged. It will help in advancing it to the level of English while the university becomes multilingual. So just through an analysis point of view, I gathered that tutors understood why the language policy was implemented. They understood it was important to find out if they understood why this policy is in place, because they are the ones who are actually teaching. Besides the lecturers, tutors also play a vital role during tutorials to help students. So they needed to also understand why is UKZN, or why has UKZN implemented the language policy. The purpose of Isizulu non-mother tongue. One tutor shared that they thought the purpose of Isizulu was, I think the purpose of teaching Isizulu non-mother tongue is to promote multilingualism and for non-Isizulu mother tongue speakers to be able to learn Isizulu so that they can communicate with people who are here at UKZN who are Zulu speakers. This was also similar to a lecturer's response. The purpose of teaching Isizulu in non-mother tongue is to help students get basics of Isizulu so they can communicate with other students, for them not to find it difficult to communicate with others. Another lecturer added, the purpose of the module is to simply get students to become familiar with some of the basics within the language. That's it. So the general view here was the purpose of Isizulu in is understood, but also to note that taking Isizulu in doesn't mean now the students will know fluent Isizulu. It's starting at a basic level, and both the tutors and the lecturers understood this and brought this forward. Isizulu non-mother tongue teaching methodologies. So here we're looking at what different methodologies are lecturers and tutors using to actually teach Isizulu, and are there any different methods or unique methods? And one lecturer explained that those that do mother tongue, when I teach them as basic. So this lecturer teaches both Isizulu for mother tongue speakers and non-mother tongue speakers. I explain to them in English, even though they are learning in Isizulu. The students that do Isizulu mother tongue, I teach and explain everything in Isizulu. Their Isizulu isn't the same. Their Isizulu is more difficult, so I understand because they know Isizulu, whereas non-mother tongue speakers still need to be taught the basics such as greeting and differentiating between tenses and understanding the vocabulary. So here we gather that there are different methodologies that are used because non-mother tongue speakers will not be the same as mother tongue speakers. So there are different ways in which you tackle the teaching and learning in the lecture venue. Another lecturer mentioned that communicative language teaching approach, that's what we're using, and that focuses more on getting students to not just learn how to read and write, which is what the previous methods did. They encourage students to know grammar. They encourage students to know how to write well, but not actually speak. So the communicative approach tries to balance focusing more on fluency rather than accuracy. So this is another method that is used, whereas we're not only focusing on how to read and write, which is what was previously done. So it goes back to grammar now and encourages students on how to actually write and not only to speak well, but to know all the aspects of Isizulu. The processes, systems, and structures of the implementation of the UKZN language policy. The language board is the implementing agent. It deals with the monitoring of the policy, the planning, and it touches on issues, development issues, the spell check, for example. New developments are made here. So this is part of the structures the universities has put in place, the systems and the structures on how the implementation of the language policy can be improved or what still needs to be done. So here the language board alluded that the university developed a charter to establish the university language board. The university language board oversees the monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of the language policy and implementation plan. So here it's the processes that are put in place of what the language board is in charge of, and the policy is operationalized through a structure, through an office, through a division, or whatever you call it, called the University Language and Planning Office. This is where strategic decisions are made, where the portfolio is headed by the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University Language Planning and Development Office. So here, the structures, again, the systems, the processes, the language board deals with all of that. And one of the important aspects as well for the implementation of the language policy is terminology development. I think I mentioned the spell check, where UKZN has been implementing a lot of new ways on to improve the implementation of the language policy. Amongst those is the terminology development and your spell checks. That's all included in there. Now looking at the learning experiences of students taking Isizulu non-mother tongue. So the vital findings here were, what exactly do the students think of Isizulu? Why are they taking it? What's their experience when they are in the lecture venue, when they've been taught? One student said, I personally think that the module is to get like credits. That module is easy. I mean, well, for me personally, I don't know for other people. We're learning like umama, ubaba. Who doesn't know that? So here you get the gist that Isizulu is just another module that has is easy and has free credits, if you were to put it in that way, where students aren't really seeing the value and the importance of why they are doing this Isizulu non-mother tongue. And one said, well, I felt like it was unnecessary for us to do the module. So some students still feel that they should have been able to choose what language they wanted to take. So it goes back to the university also emphasizing on the importance of why Isizulu N is being taken and why Isizulu is the language policy that the university has implemented, because first years, some might understand, some might not, because if you take this statement, I felt it was unnecessary for us to do the module. It means that the student does not understand. And another one said, for me, I think that it's good that we learn Isizulu, although I think that it should be made a choice. Again, it's good to promote African languages and African culture, but students still feel that they should have a choice. I think it would be better if we were allowed to interact with each other. Maybe there's someone who reads a certain sentence instead of us reading. Here, students felt that in the lecture rooms, it should be a more of an interactive exercise where they don't only listen to a tutor or a lecturer speaking in English or Isizulu, but they're able to interact, maybe have exercises that translate something from Isizulu to English or English to Isizulu. So that was the general conversation there. The teaching side of things, I think the model is being taught to us in the best way possible. Tutors, lecturers are doing a good job. The students also raised this in aspects of their experiences of being taught Isizulu, and where they felt that the module is being taught in the best way possible. The views and experiences of students of Isizulu non-mother tongue. These were views to understand what students felt with regards to Isizulu N. I feel that learning Isizulu is a waste of time for me because it doesn't really benefit me in terms of what I'm studying. This has been one of it has made conversation even in papers, in research papers as well, newspapers, as to people still think that if you are studying and you have an indigenous or African language, it won't benefit you in any way. Instead, English is still felt as the only language that will benefit someone after they're done with their undergrad or postgrad. So that aspect also still needs to be touched on. There are mixed views and reactions, because one student said, it has helped me to learn the basics of Isizulu. I am able to communicate when I feel like I need to, when I feel like there is a situation where I really have to speak Isizulu. Here you get that the African learners are the one who are not actually receptive, but the non-African students are very receptive of taking Isizulu in. This was gathered from the findings. It has given me the ability to put sentences together and to understand the rules of grammar, the rules of using Isizulu. So this was from a non-African student. So we looked at also the challenges on the implementation of the UKZN language policy. There are some lecturers that are not receptive of the policy, and there are financial challenges that are barriers to the successful implementation of the policy. This is seen also in other universities where challenges are based on financial, where the boards would like to do more in the implementation of the language policy, but financial constraints are a barrier. And what I've seen is that one of them does not like this, does not like the rule that came. So also, if someone does not like the implementation of the language policy, how do they then teach and share this information with students? So it also is a challenge, and there have been challenges with regard to funding. Some initiatives can be done, or there are ideas of how the implementation could be implemented in a better way. But the funding, again, is a challenge. And when it comes to the issue of curriculum, everyone is working as a team: the language department, the language board, the tutors, the lecturers. To conclude, initial findings from the study revealed that some of the students felt they did not need to be studying Isizulu. There are mixed reactions here, because there are some good reviews, and there are some also bad reviews where students feel that they should be given an option to choose. So it then goes back to saying UKZN needs to emphasize as to why this language policy is implemented, just as a reminder, so that when a student takes up Isizulu and they're able to understand why this language is implemented, and that it's a call for all universities to implement a language policy. It just goes with the different university which language has been implemented. It also found that not all lecturers were receptive to the implementation policy within the university. However, the continuous work that is done by the Language and Planning Development Office shows that there are new developments and systems that are continuously put into place, and this could also be further put if there are funding instruments that are put in place that can help the implementation of the language policy. In the study, there are also, because of time, I could not share my little review, but I looked at different studies in universities locally, South Africa, Africa, internationally, where we compare what do they say on language. And there is mixed reactions because some feel that yes, let's promote our indigenous languages, because you find instances where you are speaking in English, but the majority of people in the crowd are African people. So why not? Because we are bilingual, people talk and interchangeably use English and their indigenous language. So this is what the university and other universities across the world are aiming to come to terms with, where we use indigenous and promote our African languages for better use of communication, multilingualism. And I think that when we look at the whole study, when you look at Africa, South Africa, and internationally, universities are promoting the use of language policy, and you look at your UNESCO's, what they've put in place, everything that's guiding us, our constitution. So yeah, I think that this is all I could share because of time. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Matondo, Mnuhe. We appreciate your presentation, and it's a wide-ranging exploration of the policy, and not only the policy but also the beneficiaries of the policies. The various insinuations raised by the students on the implementation of the policy, on how they feel about it. We are looking forward to your research output. It's very important in the current project that is being undertaken. We have a number of hands which are raised. Yeah, I think it's questions and answers or comments. We'll start by Prof. Hlongwa.
Sorry,
Prof. Hlongwa.
Sorry, I just a point of missing information. I just needed to add to that presentation. Can I just, before Prof. Hlongwa goes?
Okay, Doc.
Part of the sample was that the Dean, Prof. Hlongwa, was also interviewed for the study. And in the sample, the candidate didn't mention that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Okay, thank you very much. This is a very important research to this project. Can I, Prof. Hlongwa, your hand was up.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngidi. And Samgelisiwe, thank you very much. And Dr. Manekom, thank you very much for the study. And I'm glad that like the study has come to this point. I didn't hear, Samgelisiwe, if you have now completed your degree or not, but like thank you very much for conducting a study of this nature. I think in some of your findings, there is an area where you indicated that like students were saying that like why Isizulu should be taught, and like they're teaching easy stuff like umama and ubaba. Some of the challenges that we have had in the implementation of the BR9 rule is that mother tongue speakers, some mother tongue speakers have registered for these modules, and in other cases, you will find late that like they've registered for the wrong modules, and it's not the modules that are meant. The communicative Isizulu, it's not meant for the mother tongue speakers of Isizulu, but it is meant for the non-mother tongue speakers. So if you take it as a mother tongue, you won't benefit anything. It won't help you in any way. So we have been trying to correct those, and if we happen to find that like they registered for such, we will identify alternate modules, because like we also acknowledge that like some students do need academic writing in Isizulu as well, and also in English. Some can speak Isizulu, but they cannot read and write. So we identified that as an anomaly, and then there is a module that is specifically for those students that like they will take. And I think you were doing your study like sometime 2019. There are some new developments now, so there is now a new language policy framework. So if your study is still on, so you need to look into that. But like since you were researching on the UKZN language policy, I think your data is still fine. Thank you very much. Looking forward to reading your full dissertation. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. I also have a hand there from Dr. Zakhile Somlata.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session, and thank you to the presenters of the paper. I think I'm partially covered by Prof. Hlongwa with regard to resistance to some of the participants. The explanation that she gave, answered my question. Because I was of the view that, okay, if there are non-mother tongue and the mother tongue speakers of the language, the modules should be structured in such a way that those that have Isizulu as a mother tongue should have the modules that are appropriate and relevant to them in terms of the level. But those that are non-mother tongue speakers should have the modules that are appropriate to their level as the people that are learning the language, And with regard to the language or Isizulu as compulsory, we need not doubt about the progressiveness of such a decision at any event. Because if we are really serious about Africanization and decolonization of our education system in higher education, this is the only way to go. If you are in Africa, you ought to have an African language in your academic years at university, and that is how we will be able to advance our transformation agenda in the institutions of higher learning. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Matonda. I think those were comments, and then the comments from Prof. Hlongwa were also very important in this, in clearing up some of the students' issues. So a Zulu cannot go and study Zulu and want to know what is Ubaba in the university. So it's for mother tongue speakers. Okay, I also have a hand from Dr. Whittaker.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a really interesting talk. I just wanted to mention that I actually enrolled for and completed that course for non-mother tongue for non-mother tongue speakers. And yeah, I found it quite frustrating and disappointing, at least the vision I had. My experience was that amongst the students, most of them didn't want to be there and considered it like just something they had to get over and done with. And it seemed to be taught very much towards the exams. Like often if I'd ask questions, they'd say, well, you don't need to know that for the test. So, and yeah, it just, I mean, I think it's a great initiative. I'm very supportive, and that's like why I did the course, but it seemed quite under-resourced. And I mean, it's the text we had, which had been developed, UKZN had like mistakes on almost every page. And it was just, and like the tutor didn't seem to have any training, and particularly in language teaching. And often some of the lecturers that, it seemed, they were fluent Isizulu speakers and were studying Isizulu, but didn't necessarily have like language training specifically, which is quite different thing to teach. And what was also disappointing was this, at least on the Pietermaritzburg campus where I am, I don't know exactly the history. What I heard was that because this was introduced quite quickly and without a great deal of funding, that it had been difficult to really do properly. And that in Pietermaritzburg, at least, it had resulted in the fact that they had to put so many resources into this, that once you've done that one semester initial course, there are no more courses for non-mother tongue speakers to do. So you can't go further with Isizulu at all at the university, as far as I know. Because I mean, I looked into that and I wanted to carry on and wasn't able to. So there were a lot of, this was like about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and maybe it's changed, but yeah, I found it a very frustrating experience.
Thank you very much for your comments. We hope that there has been improvements as the policy was still on its baby step. Okay, was still baby stepping. There's also a hand there from Samgelesi Matondo, who was presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Ngiti. Just to thank everyone for the comments, and to Dr. Hlongo, I'll be completing my master's this semester. I just had challenges due to COVID, but I'm okay now. And just to clarify, only non-mother tongue speakers were interviewed, non-mother tongue students who take Isizulu in. So yeah, just to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more hands, any clarifications, any comments, any questions, not only on the previous speaker, but you can also raise any question to any of the four speakers on this session. Thanks, are there any more questions?
We can also
Melanie, can you check the Q&A? There are questions in the Q&A, please.
All right, okay, let me check. I don't know whether I'm failing to see or the last comment that I see here is from Prof. Hlongwa.
No, there are questions from Dudumsibi.
Dudumsibi,
okay. They were for other speakers, but like there are two comments from Dudumsibi.
Oh yeah, I can see. Okay, it's rather, yeah. Okay, I think it's rather a comment uploading what the universities or the tertiary education system has done in decolonizing education, and also she's complaining that this should be done or practiced as the basic level of education. I think so. I think I read it. It's written in Zulu. Yeah.
There is a question
yeah,
from Tembegile Nobusiga. There is a question, Dr. Ngiti, from Tembegile Nosubiga. Thank you, Samgeliswe, for your paper. Kindly clarify your theoretical framework.
Oh, all right.
There's also a question from Mary.
Okay, there's a Mary. Can you go ahead with your comment or question?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. To Dr. Wetika, our sincere apologies that your experience of the Isizulu module at Pietermaritzburg seemed to have been self-frustrating. We take the comment and we will try to improve. We do have a situation where we have students we have staff who are actually contract staff and therefore may not be fully trained in terms of what needs to be done. And I'm sorry to hear that this is your experience that ended up being a very frustrated one. It's a pity. I do know that you were in the module in that time and that you were in a particular stream, and I do know some of the challenges that came out during that time. But as I say, our staffing issues become problematic when we have to deal with contract staff because we don't have permanent staff. And so it is a resource issue to some extent. And then the other issue is possibly that tutors, unfortunately, do not stay longer than a semester sometimes. And so even if they've had some training in terms of what they need to do, it's just not sufficient in that they come and then they go on again. But we do take your comments and we will definitely try to improve in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Samgeli Stewart, there's a question for you. Kindly clarify your theoretical framework.
I will be using the policy implementation by 5C protocol, the bottom-up approach and top-down approach, interpretative approach, and public policy process to analyze, to include in my paper, my theoretical framework. That's how it's structured: policy implementation, public policy process, the 5C protocol, your commitment, content. So just a brief touch and highlight on that.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope the question is answered. Thank you. And are there any more hands, or we should close off the session? And also, as we wait for the last speaker to close off the session, the colloquium. I see no hands here.
Tembegile wanted to say something earlier. Tembegile, the floor is yours. You wanted to ask a question? Okay, maybe she can't speak. She's had her hand up for quite a while.
And she's unmuted.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, Sister Tembegile, Nsebi, Ndlondlo. She seems not to be available.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, Doc. That's all.
Okay. There's no other hand that I can see. Any that side, Sister Lisa, Konagala. The hand for Sister Tembegile is back again.
She can speak. She is allowed to talk. So
Sithembekile ungakhuluma. She's muted now. I see no other hand other than that. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's back again. That hand is back again from Sithembekile. Sithembekile.
She needs to unmute herself.
The floor is yours. Pardon?
Sithembekile, please unmute yourself. Okay, you can go ahead. No, I think she has a sound issue on her side.
Yeah. Maybe she can type, but this time is against us now.
Yes. No, let's proceed, Doc.
One more time, Thembekile, can you talk? No, she can't. I think it's a sound issue, inaudible.
You are muted, Dr. Ngit.
Yes, ma.
You were muted. You are talking alone.
Oh, single sign. The hand from Sithembekile is popping up.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That
All right.
She had put a question in the Q&A.
All right. Thank you very much. I think we have to close off this this session, the very last session of the colloquium. Thank you very much, attendees, colleagues, and the people who showed interest in this webinar. And I would like to close off with a very important quote, which is very important in the understanding on the importance of the language. This was pronounced by Nelson Mandela, the first post-apartheid democratic president of our country, which said that if you talk to a man in a language he understands, it goes to his head. But if you talk to a man in his language, it goes to his heart. That's how the importance of language is. Indigenous language is to those who are speaking it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ngiti, for the excellent sharing of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to an end of our colloquium, and the way of doing that, and the person who is now going to close off our colloquium and give the vote of thanks on behalf of the College of Humanities and the University of KwaZulu-Natal is none other than Professor Vivian Ojong, who is the Dean and the head of the School of Social Sciences. Colleagues, those who have presented, and even those like who did not get an opportunity to present, but like you were in attendance, we will be sending out a call for a publication in a form of a book. We, in the College of Humanities, we have opened a book series under the banner of Alternation Scholarship Book Series supported by NHSS. So we will be calling upon for that call, and we hope that like you will be contributing in numbers in that call for publication, because like we're coming from universities that are research-led, so everything that we do, we've got to document it, and also in the languages that like we are also promoting. So that will be critical as well. So thank you so much. Let me now hand over to Prof. Ojong to do the official closing of the colloquium. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Before I do the official closing, I would like to say that I've got my certificate of completion. I did the course in Isizulu, communication Isizulu, and I can find my way around. I have got it there. I've actually framed it. I'm very proud of it, and I'm about to take on the Isizulu 102. So to our Deputy Vice Chancellor and the Head of College of Humanities, Professor Nganga Mkhize, our Dean and Head of School of Arts, Professor Nobute Hlongwa, our presenters, attendees. These 2 days marks a major accomplishment for the University of KwaZulu-Natal as we celebrate 15 years of the language policy of the University of KwaZulu-Natal and UNESCO Declaration of a Decade of Indigenous Languages, 2022 to 2032. I've been introduced. I'm Vivian Ojang. I'm the Dean and Head of School of Social Sciences in the College of Humanities at University of KwaZulu-Natal. It is my honor and privilege now to give you a vote of thanks to all those who help ensuring that this high-level colloquium is successful. It has been 15 years of boldness, determination, and political will to transform the intellectual landscape of South Africa. It has also taken visionary leadership to effect social, economic, and intellectual capital development through the language policy of the University of KwaZulu-Natal in the areas of teaching, learning, and community engagement. As you have heard from our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Nganga Mkhize, yesterday, who welcomed you, and our keynote speakers and all our presenters. African languages, and to be very specific and to be context relevant, Isizulu language should be utilized to teach, to instruct, to communicate, and disseminate, and it stands as the key driver for excellence in the promotion of African scholarship. It also became clear during the course of the many presentations and discussion during this colloquium that Kiswahili is important at UKZN. On behalf of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, I want to begin by thanking Professor Mkhize, the head of the College of Humanities, for the commitment and support for the utilization and development of Isizulu as a medium of teaching, learning, and research and community engagement of research. Our sincere gratitude goes to our keynote speakers, Professor Sipo Sepe, I know he's not here, who eloquently gave a sound scientific justification for the use of indigenous languages for the development of society. I also want to thank Mr. Kumbolani Ngali for taking us through the journey of the development of the language policy of the University of KwaZulu-Natal and brought us to speed on the way forward. We are also thankful to our keynote speaker, Prof. Pedro Alvarez Moscara, I hope I'm pronouncing it properly, who spoke about the importance of collaboration as we journey into the use of African languages. I must admit, attendees, that each speaker in this colloquium contributed all the important pieces needed for understanding the importance of promoting African language as a way forward, for the development of Africa. We are therefore grateful for their contribution as it helped us bring together the little pieces of the puzzle that we needed as an institution and as a nation to understand how to promote and utilize our indigenous African languages for the development of our youth, our leaders, our intellectual landscape, and also our political landscape. So all those contributions stood out to bring a meaningful contribution and a holistic picture for us to look at the way forward for the use of indigenous languages. The members of the steering committee are also being thanked. In fact, they have worked hard throughout these years. I know members have come and changed, but I'm particularly grateful to the steering committee, Mr. Kumbulani Ngadi, Dr. Pumelele Ngidi, Dr. Ellen Steinmeier, Dr. Pindi Dlamini, Dr. Pumelele Zakwe, Mrs. Toliswa Zulu, and Professor Klongwa, who is the Dean and Head of School of Art, and also the Chair of the Committee, the Chair of the Committee for Africa, for the Language Policy at UKZN. I also want to acknowledge the team working with Shakila in terms of the social media, Mr. Jabulo, and our interpreter from ULDPO. I'm so grateful for all of you who decided to stay till the end. We're also grateful for those who contributed and that were not able to follow through to the end. So with those vote of thanks, Professor Klongwa, I'm going to hand it back to you to give us a very, very last word before we leave this very important high power colloquium. I know that with what we have learned, especially the different contributions that came from other institutions, TUT, or the other universities, I'm telling you, we are going to move this agenda on African scholarship and our vision and mission of African scholarship in the right direction, because we have seen clearly through examples within our own system, how our staff, how they've developed the necessary lexicon and how they've implemented through the tutorials, the lectures, and also how we have, as an institution, we have the political will and the support, and especially the funding. I fail to acknowledge the funding that has been provided to us from the College of Humanities to ensure that this project is strengthened. So we are really grateful that you took your time as the chair to organize such a high power colloquium. And I'm very confident that with the examples that we have learned from other institutions, we are going to be driving this mission on the transformation of scholarship pro the African agenda. So thank you so much. I will allow you with the last word. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ojong. I thought I was not going to speak anymore, but since you have asked me to do so, let me do. Colleagues, let me also acknowledge the presence of our Dean, Professor Matwane, who has been with us since yesterday. Thank you so much, Prof, for the support. Prof. Matwana is our Dean and head of the School of Applied Human Sciences in the College of Humanities. I think as a way of ending this colloquium, this is the first of the activities we will be doing for the course of this year and the next 9 years. So the 10 years is going to be very critical, but this is the first. And not everything will be organized by UKZN. We will be going to DUT, we will be going to Venda, to Univen, we will be going to East London, we will be going to Cape Town. So we will be visiting your different institutions. You will be inviting us to share in terms of how we are progressing with the implementation of the language policy. What challenges, because we cannot deny that there are challenges. There are challenges in the implementation, and these have to do with the colonial mentality, especially on the part of the South Africans. If you are a South African, you know that you have a language barrier. If you don't, you are lying to yourself. So we are carrying this huge colonial baggage, and we need to untangle that and understand and also assist our students in tertiary education. Language is a barrier to success. Language is a barrier for our students to finish their degrees on time. You have heard those contributions from our colleagues at from the University of Univer, that like students do want to use the languages as well, the African languages as well as languages of teaching and learning, but we are not providing them with those opportunities with our language policies, which seeks to only promote English as the only language of teaching and learning. So we will be carrying on with these activities. And once again, I thank you very much for your time and the passion that you have shown, the research that you continue to do. We're still going to carry a lot of research in this area and working together, and also under the umbrella of Corpus, and also under Bakonde as well, which will seek to assist all of us in terms of sharing the resources that we have developed. So with those last words then, I would like to thank all of you, all our attendees, all our presenters. I don't want to repeat what Prof. Ojong has done. Thank you very much to all our team, especially the media team.